Hello, I am Bewildebeest, and this is Majora's Mask 100%. Unlike the 100% glitchless run that I commentated a few years ago, this run is not glitchless, and consequently is over an hour and a half shorter. So in this commentary, I'll get to showcase a ton of cool glitches and highlight the clever routing that they make possible. This game has a lot of glitches in it that are useful for speedruns, from movement glitches to warping and wrong warping glitches, cutscene skips, and inventory manipulation glitches, all kinds of things. For a few different reasons that I'll talk about, I think, towards the end of this video, the community decided a few years back that some of these glitches wouldn't be allowed in any of the 100% categories on the leaderboard. So although this run that we're watching right now is a run of the least restricted 100% category, the full name of this category is 100% Restricted Major Glitches, reflecting those few glitches that are not allowed. There is kind of a lot to say about what those glitches are and why they're not allowed, but I'm putting that off until the end of the run so that we have this run as context for understanding those glitches, and so that we can just focus on what this run is instead of what it isn't for the time being. The upshot of all of this is, this run is cool. Let's talk about it. And we have lots of time to talk about it right now because, as you'll know if you've played this game or seen speedruns of it, the very beginning of this game is extremely cutscene dense. So while we see Link meeting Skull Kid, I'll take some time to talk about what 100%ing this game means in a speedrun. The fundamental requirement is pretty intuitive, obtaining everything that doesn't get erased when you play Song of Time, and then completing the game. Going through the pause menu, this means that I'll need all the masks on the mask screen, and all the permanent items on the item screen, so not including temporary items like title deeds, bottle contents, or non-zero ammo counts. On the map screen, I'll need to visit a bunch of areas to obtain map points, and buy all 6 Tingle maps to show the entire map. I'll also need to hit all of the owl statues and obtain the dungeon maps and compasses, as those are preserved across 3-day cycles, even though small keys and boss keys are not, and are not required. On the quest status screen, I'll need all the completed songs, the highest upgrades for bomb bag, quiver, sword, and shield, all 4 boss remains, the bomber's notebook, and all 20 happiness seals inside the bomber's notebook that are given for completing side quests. Outside of the menu, I'll need the giant wallet, all the heart pieces and containers for 20 hearts, and the remaining Great Fairy rewards, double magic, great spin, and double defense. That's all that I need to get, but there's one other requirement for 100% that's a little more subtle, but equally important and actually extremely relevant in this category, which is the source requirement rule, which means that I need to get all the things that I just listed from their intended sources, as opposed to, say, duplicating items like bottles or heart pieces, or glitching items into the inventory. Source requirement is a default rule for all Zelda 100%s, but it's especially relevant to this category because I actually will be using glitches to put items into the inventory, but because of source requirement, none of those items will count towards 100%. If, for example, I glitch into my inventory an item that is required for 100%, that doesn't count. I still need to get it from its intended source at some point, but having the item early might enable me to get to its intended source faster than I could otherwise. Across this run, we'll see this play out in quite a few different forms, and it makes the routing really interesting. But hey, the opening cutscene is over. I am now backwalking to these logs to get to the load zone. Backwalking is the fastest way to move as human without Epona or glitches. And now it's back to cutscenes. There will be more backwalking in this category, but it doesn't get quite as much use as in a glitchless category, because there are some movement glitches that can make Link move over twice as fast. And of course, for 100%, I'll be getting the Goron mask, which also allows for fast movement. One last note about the source requirement rule. If you want a reference for how much of a difference it makes in this category, there's actually a category called 100% no source requirement, which is exactly what it sounds like, and it's under 40 minutes long. It's very different from what you would conventionally expect 100%ing this game to look like, but it is an interesting run in its own right, so I'd recommend checking it out if you're interested. I'll put a link in the description to a run of it. Anyway, back to the subject of this run. You may have noticed that I'm playing on the English version of the game, and the very keen-eyed among you may have noticed that I'm playing on the Wii Virtual Console version of the game, as opposed to the N64, GameCube, Wii U, or Switch NSO releases. For some games, the language and version used for speedruns really just comes down to how long text boxes are in various languages, and how long loads are on different versions. That's not the case for this run, or for this game in general, really. The English and Japanese versions of Majora's Mask have a number of small differences in basic game mechanics like crouch stabbing and swimming as Zora Link. Those small changes can actually have a pretty big impact on speedrun routes and strategies, and although the Japanese version does have slightly faster text and the English version actually has slightly faster loads, those two things end up being pretty much negligible compared to the gameplay differences. A good and relevant example of this is that the game's internal item table is different between Japanese and English, and that's a big part of why the 100% no major glitches category is done on Japanese. There's a certain item manipulation glitch you can do to put the seahorse on Link's B button, whereas on English it would put the Hylian Loach on Link's B button, which is totally useless, and why this category is done on English. There's a different item manipulation glitch that I'll do that can put songs in the inventory on English, but can't access songs on Japanese. The other small differences that I referenced will all matter in this run as well, just to a lesser extent, and I may even point some out in this commentary if they come up. As for playing on Wii Virtual Console, it's kind of the default version of the game for speedrunning at this point. The N64 and GameCube versions are laggier, the Wii U Virtual Console has slower loads, and Switch NSO just isn't very widely used. I don't have it. So in practice, non-Wii Virtual Console versions of the game only ever get used when they have version-specific glitches that are good for certain categories. Believe it or not, advancing text optimally is kind of interesting. It's maybe not as interesting as some other things, but kind of. You can see if you look at my input display that I'm not only mashing A and B, but also C up, though I don't do that all the time. All three of these inputs can clear filled text boxes, and for text boxes like these that can't be sped up with A or B, it can be useful to mash all three inputs. Now, in my little burst of gameplay here leading up to the clock tower, I've got a couple of optimizations. You'll see that I used that lower flower instead of the upper flower that was nearer to Link, just to minimize the amount of time Link is flying with flowers, and to prevent him from having to drop vertically at the end. And here I can skip some tattle text if I side hop from just the right place and burrow instantly into the flower, just like that. There is actually a slightly faster strat where you do get the text and then do a pretty precise jump from that platform to the platform that has the Deku Butler's sun on it. It requires a frame-perfect spin input, and I just don't bother with it. It saves about a second and a half. Coming up here in the clock tower, I'm going to do a much bigger skip, the Happy Mask Salesman cutscene skip. Cutscenes will only activate if Link is in the cutscene trigger for 2 consecutive frames without interruption. So I'm going to provide some interruptions by pause buffering. Ideally, what I'll do here is allow 1 frame of movement between every pair of pauses, and eventually Link will reach the door without activating the cutscene trigger that he's currently standing in. I'll go for 1 more frame. Yeah, now I'm in the load zone. We see the Happy Mask Salesman in the background wanting to start his cutscene, but the load zone takes precedence. And now, having finally made it to Clocktown, I will reset the game. GG. Now, it's really that there's an automatic save that happens after you enter Clocktown for the first time, and saving and quitting can skip some tattle text that would play otherwise. Interestingly, this is actually an example of a language difference. On English, doing this reset saves a very small amount of time over going through the text. But because the text is slightly shorter on Japanese, it's actually faster just to go through it rather than resetting. Now that I've made it to Clocktown, the in-game clock begins coming into play. I have 3 in-game days before the moon crashes, and I can restart the cycle by playing Song of Time once I have it. This run will last for 4 cycles in total, and this first cycle will be one of the short ones. My primary goal this cycle is just to reach midnight of the 3rd day as quickly as possible, to open the clock tower door so that I can get the Ocarina, Song of Time, Song of Healing, and the Deku Mask. To this end, I'm currently heading to Grandma in the inn so that I can listen to her stories and pass the first 2 days quickly. For a long time, this was pretty much all that could be done during first cycle, since Link is stuck as Deku and has no useful items. Somewhat recently though, a method of becoming human in first cycle was discovered that could be used in speedruns, but although it's quite useful in other categories, it isn't currently beneficial to this category. Basically because it would require playing on Japanese, and the amount of time that it might save doesn't offset the amount of time that English saves over Japanese on the item manipulation glitch that I mentioned earlier. So by listening to Grandma's story twice, I've already made it the final day, as you can see on the in-game clock, and now I'm heading to West Clocktown where I can talk to the Scarecrow and the trading post to make it nighttime. Ooh, the Bomber Kid's close by. I'm not going to be able to press A to spin right away. As far as movement goes, backwalking is still fast, but when I need to be looking where I'm going or not going in a straight line, I'll be spinning as Deku or rolling as human. We also saw some side hops earlier when I was going up a slope. Those are pretty fast too. In case you're wondering, it is normally simpler to advance time to the coming day or night just by playing Song of Double Time. But of course, I don't have an ocarina or Song of Time yet, so I can't do that. But I do already know how to play it, so I'm still gonna say no to the Scarecrow. Thanks, but no thanks. Now at this point, there aren't any other things that I can do to advance time except for wait. I'll make it to midnight fastest if I don't pause time by going through extra load zones, opening chests, reading text, and things like that. But there are two things that I can do in this time that are more worthwhile than just sitting around avoiding load zones. The first is getting magic from the fairy fountain in North Clocktown. So to do that, I'm picking up the stray fairy here in East Clocktown. From here, on my way to North Clocktown, I'll head out to Termina Field. This guard doesn't do his job very well, so I can just backwalk past him. Out in Termina Field, I can grab some rupees from the bushes, and I'll use these rupees to buy the bomb bag, which is the other thing worth doing during first cycle in this category. While there are sources of rupees within Clocktown that I could have used, coming out here is fast when I have in-game time to spend because it only costs one load zone, whereas for example, getting the silver rupee in the inn would cost multiple loads and door animations, plus the chest opening animation and rupee text. Remember, what really counts here is in-game time continuing to pass. Also, since I only need 50 rupees to buy the bomb bag, I have way more in-game time than I really need, and that means I won't be bothering to move optimally all the time in this part. I'll have time left over before midnight anyway. Some other categories ideally get up to 90 rupees out here, which is much more difficult to do on time. Oh yeah, it's 8:45 and I already have all the rupees I need. So now I'll just head to North Clocktown for magic. By the way, in case you're wondering how I'm going to get this whole run done in 4 cycles when this one is taking so little time, time actually moves at 5/3 of its normal speed during first cycle. And in later cycles, I'll also be able to play Inverted Song of Time to slow time further. I also, of course, don't need to skip days all the time, and there are even ways to repeat days, which is how my second cycle is going to last 6 in-game days. More on that later. For now, I will turn in the stray fairy that I picked up earlier and get magic, and stop talking for a moment. I think I've been talking this entire time so far. Enjoy this cutscene. Actually, I lied about not talking. Check out how fast this text box goes. Pretty fast, huh? That's because it was a set of fast text boxes. Pressing B on a set of fast text boxes scrolls all the way through the entire set quickly, so that only one more button press is needed to clear the end of the set. When I said earlier that advancing text optimally is kind of interesting in this game, this is why. Sometimes it's best to mash C up, A, and B, like on those slow text boxes that I had earlier. But it's important to know when fast sets of text boxes are going to occur because pressing B is best for those. If I were to press A on fast sets of text boxes, it would fill an individual box, but not scroll all the way to the end of the set. So as I mash text throughout the run, I won't be treating all text boxes as equal. I will actually be paying attention to the best way to mash through every set of text boxes. That might sound pretty mundane, but to me at least, it makes cutscenes more engaging, because I actually need to think during them instead of just absent-mindedly mashing. Anyway, I only have one more thing left to do before going to the clock tower, and it's only 10:15 PM or so I have plenty of time to do it. I just need to buy the bomb bag. And to do so, I'm going to wait for the bomb shop owner to come all the way to the counter before talking to him, just to spend that little extra bit of in-game time. If I had pressed A to talk to him while he was still walking, he still wouldn't have sold me the bomb bag until he reached the counter. But the time he spent walking to the counter would have been in dialogue, and in-game time wouldn't have been passing. So ultimately, I would have been waiting longer for the clock tower door to open. Finally, getting up to the clock tower door is a pretty big sequence break. I tend to forget this, and I suspect a lot of runners do. Turns out that instead of playing hide and seek with the bombers and getting the moons tier, you can just do a gainer to get up here. Now I'm messing around with collection delay, but here's my first heart piece of the run. A gainer is just doing a backflip and then pressing target the frame after initiating the backflip. The backflip moves Link upward, of course, and tries to move him backwards, but targeting a wall moves Link towards the wall, so the backflip just moves him upwards, and from there he can grab the high ledge. And now we're left with time for a short staring contest with Link. Oh, you win, I guess. Congratulations. But can you win a staring contest with the clock tower? I always feel a little bad complaining about how many cutscenes there are in this point of the run, because I do like them. I think they're really good cutscenes. I like this game. But when doing a bunch of speedrun attempts, it's definitely not the most exciting part of the run. That said, something that I really like about this speedrun category in particular is that I think it has less downtime than any other main category in Majora's Mask, relative to its length, of course. There are ways to skip cutscenes later on in the game, and in this run I'll use a powerful glitch called Stale Reference Manipulation, or SRM for short, to skip some of the longest cutscenes in the game with wrong warps. SRM is also used for one other purpose, and that happens to be the first use that I'll put it to in this run, so we'll talk about that in detail when I get to it in 10 minutes or so. But between SRM, pause buffer cutscene skips like the Happy Mask Salesman cutscene skip that I did a few minutes ago, Remains escapes, and Great Fairy cutscene skips, this category involves a whole lot of me controlling Link, which is my favorite part of speedrunning. Speaking of controlling Link, here are a few more seconds of gameplay. Playing songs is very difficult. Let's see how I do. Nice. And I should mention, in case you're unfamiliar with the Wii Virtual Console release of this game, that the X, Y, and Z buttons on the GameCube controller that I'm playing on are mapped to C right, C left, and C down, respectively. Moving the C stick up is still the only way to get a C up input, but I'll pretty much exclusively use X, Y, and Z instead of moving the C stick left, right, or down, as I'm using items and playing songs throughout the run. Here, just as intended, I'll equip the ocarina, also the bomb bag, which I'll need later, and play the Song of Time. But instead of watching the whole ensuing cutscene, I'll reset as soon as I've pressed A to confirm on the prompt, since playing Song of Time saves the game. It's specifically the first Song of Time cutscene that's long enough to warrant resetting. So later on in the run, when I play Song of Time again, I'll just watch the cutscene. Anyway, playing Song of Time reset the 3-day cycle, so I'm now moving from first cycle onto second cycle. And whereas first cycle took around 10 minutes from the time I entered Clocktown to the time I played Song of Time, second cycle will take around 3.5 hours. So buckle up, there is a lot of game to play here. One other thing Song of Time did, which you can see on my C buttons right now, is zero out my ammo counts, which in this case was just bombs. For most speedrun categories, it's fast to have a lot of bombs ready to go at the beginning of Cycle 2, which means it's best to buy the bomb bag at the beginning of Cycle 2 instead of during Cycle 1. For this category though, I'll only need a few bombs before I get a refill, so it was worth getting the bomb bag in all that extra time that I had in first cycle, and hopefully, I'll get at least one random bomb drop when I leave Clocktown in a few minutes that'll cover my needs. Nice, another successful song. Hopefully I won't be demonstrating how difficult it can be to play songs in this game sometimes, but I will probably mess at least one up during this run. I won't go into the frame data of how song inputs work, but basically it's easy to accidentally go a little bit too fast and have notes not go through. As a speedrunner, this is definitely the most relatable Happy Mask Salesman cutscene. Picking Link up, shaking him, and shouting, "What have you done to me?" This cutscene has something very mildly interesting in it. We'll see in just a few seconds that on the English version of the game, there is one text box in the middle of this cutscene that needs to be cleared with inputs. It doesn't automatically clear itself like the two we just saw. It's this upcoming text box. There it was. But on the Japanese version of the game, for whatever reason, that text box clears itself. So when a speedrunner is used to playing on the Japanese version for other categories and then switches to a category that's on English, we sometimes will sit on that text box for a while. Alright, thankfully coming up to the end of this cutscene, and I think after this there aren't any more long cutscenes for half an hour or so. I hope you've enjoyed this short reprieve from me talking all the time, because there is a lot to say in the section coming up. Oh right, there's still this text. Soon there will be more than a few seconds of uninterrupted gameplay at a time. I guess we should just go and find out. Yes, thank you, Tattle. Alright, time to save Termina. I'll go ahead and transform Deku, and try to remember how long that cutscene was that we just watched when I transformed Deku for the first time. Because the Goron and Zora masks have similar long cutscenes when you use them for the first time, but I'm going to skip them. Now I want it to be Deku so that I can use a bubble to shoot down the bomber's balloon, and I transform Deku as soon as I can because Deku moves a little bit faster than human. I will, however, talk to Jim as human so that I can do hide and seek as human, and get the bomber's notebook. Getting the bomber's notebook fairly early makes sense because it gets filled in as I talk to various characters. So if I only get the notebook after talking to those characters, I may need to talk to them again to fill the notebook in sufficiently. So I will be finishing hide and seek before I do too much more, but for now I'm just going to catch the two bombers that are hiding in North Clocktown. I'll leave the others for a little bit later because my real destination right now is the Astral Observatory. In glitched speedruns of this game, the general intended path through the game, going to the swamp, going to the mountain, and so forth, is really upended, and especially so in this category. In a casual playthrough, you're only required to go to the observatory in first cycle and never again. But I will be using the observatory for a very important glitch that I will describe in just a minute after I get a bomb drop, hopefully. This is that RNG, or random bomb drop, I was hoping for. And I didn't get it, so I'm just back walking towards the observatory. If I get a bomb drop here, I can still do a super slide, which is faster than back walking. Unfortunate. Alright, I'm just back walking to the observatory. Looks like I'll go for a recoil. Whoops, I was trying to recoil off that bomb shoot. Alright, I will still need a bomb drop for the glitch that's coming up in the observatory, so I'm still going to look for a bomb here, even though I can no longer super slide. Wow, this is really unlucky. Promise the rest of the run isn't just looking for a bomb drop. Okay, there we go. Got one. Okay, now I can use one of my bombs to clip through this observatory fence with what's called a recoil flip. All that was getting a specific angle and backflipping so that I could shield damage from the bomb midair. Here in the observatory, the only thing that I need to do with the telescope is put the business scrub in his grotto so I can buy a heart piece later, which means watching him enter his grotto after a long flight. So while I'm doing some bird watching to pass the time, I want to give a preface for what's coming up next, which is the first instance of stale reference manipulation, again SRM for short. My goal will be to get a bunch of items way earlier than intended with some memory manipulation. An important thing to remember is that none of the items that I get with SRM will count towards 100%, because of the source requirement rule that I talked about at the beginning. The items will just be things that help me get all of the required items from their intended sources faster later on. And as I get each item, I'll try to give a blurb about why it's useful to get early and how it affects the route. I also want to mention that the other uses of SRM in this run are going to look pretty different from this use, but they rely on the same underlying mechanics. Alright, let's get into it. The way that SRM works is a little complicated, but the fundamentals aren't too tough to understand even for someone like me who doesn't have a computer science degree. What I'm going to do is change the contents of the chest in the bomber's hideout from being a silver rupee to being other stuff. To do that, I'll first set up the game's memory, which people who know things about computers call the heap, by moving between these two rooms down in this dark corridor, and loading the actors, those being pots and bombs and charged spin attacks, things like that, in a specific order. After that, if I do a super slide, which I didn't get to explain super slides back out in Termina Field because I couldn't find a bomb, but I'll explain them later. For now, they're super and they slide. If I do a super slide, as Link tries to pick up a specific pot, and then end the super slide in the other area with the pot off screen, then when Link tries to lift the pot will be unloaded, and he'll be holding something else. Something that's loaded in this new area. So here's the super slide. We see he appears to be holding nothing, but he's not holding nothing. Because of the heap setup that I did, the thing that loaded in that area of memory is the chest. Not the position and angle data for the chest, which is why we don't see Link holding the chest, but as Link's position and angle change, they're affecting the data determining what the chest will give Link when opened. So when I put that data down at a certain angle a moment ago, I set the contents of the chest to correspond to an element of Link called his collision angle, which is the difference between his facing angle and any collision that he rubs up against. Long story short, I can now make the chest contain almost any item that I want by facing Link a certain direction and rubbing him up against certain walls. But remember, I don't just want one useful item, I want to get a lot of them. So the remaining piece of the setup is to do a totally unrelated glitch called Time Stop. Time Stop stops time and screws up the camera because it puts Link in a cutscene state while he can still move, and it prevents other cutscenes from triggering properly. Opening a chest while in Time Stop, for instance, gives Link the item in the chest but leaves it closed, so it can be opened multiple times. I'm finally ready to get some items. This first item is the Great Fairy Sword, which is useful both for dealing a lot of damage and because I'll need to give my B button sword to the smithy at some point to upgrade it, so I can use the Great Fairy Sword while I don't have a sword on B. The game won't let me get the Great Fairy Sword from the Fairy Fountain if I already have it though, so I'll need to delete it from the inventory before I do that. This item is the Deku Princess in a bottle. She isn't directly required for 100%, but bringing her to the Deku King opens the butler race for the Mask of Sense, so it'll be convenient to have her before beating Woodfall Temple. This one is the Mirror Shield, which we'll see on Link's back momentarily. Having it early means I can clear Akana Castle before going down to the well, which is faster than the opposite order. Unlike the Great Fairy Sword, I won't need to delete it from the inventory before getting it from source, because the Mirror Shield chest will just give the Mirror Shield no matter what. This one, I'm finally catching up, is just an empty bottle, which I'll SRM something into shortly. Up next is something that you can't normally get. When you equip the light arrow normally, there's an animation showing it combining with the bow and then moving together to the C button. This item is that combination, which we'll call the light bow, which never appears in the inventory normally. It'll allow me to shoot light arrows early without SRMing the normal bow or normal light arrow item, which would have made it impossible to get those items from their intended sources later. This one is simpler, the adult wallet. Because only the final upgrade of a set is required for 100%, source requirement only applies to final upgrades. So the adult wallet being a middle upgrade means I can get it here no problem, and essentially skip one of the normal upgrades. There's a way to do that without SRM as well, but this is faster. This one is the Woodfall Temple boss key. Getting it this way is basically the same speed as skipping it, but it's easier and doesn't risk crashing the game. Again, boss keys aren't required for 100% because Song of Time removes them from the inventory. Next is the priority mail, also not required for 100% because it's a temporary item. I still need to do the entire Anju Cafe side quest to fill out the Bomber's Notebook, but the priority mail is used for two things, getting the bottle from Madame Aroma and getting the postman's hat. So I can use this priority mail for one of those, and then later get the real priority mail for the other one, so I can do both in one cycle, skipping redoing the side quest on a different cycle. This one is the Big Bomb Bag, which is the same story as the adult wallet. It's not required for 100% because it's a middle upgrade. Very conveniently, it does refill my bomb count though. This one is the Zora mask, which is a funny one because the only things I'm going to use it for prior to getting it from source are other SRM setups. Hey, look at all those items, especially that empty bottle, which this setup will fill with the Seahorse, another temporary item that isn't required. This skips bringing a pictograph of a pirate to the fisherman. And like I mentioned earlier, you can also get the seahorse early without SRM on the Japanese version of the game. Bunnyhood comes next. During SRM setups, fast movement is often impossible without Bunnyhood because Link can't roll while holding an object over his head, so this helps with those and in some other places. I will need to delete it from the inventory before getting it for real. Next up is the powder keg. Having the keg early both optimizes the routing through the mountain area, and will allow me to do a glitch that I've never seen in any other speedrun to get the rock sirloin early. Stay tuned for that. Here are 10 bomb chews, which are useful for a lot of glitches and tricks. I'll buy some from the bomb shop later to get them from source. And coming up right after this are 10 more bomb chews, and because I already have some, the chest opening animation will be very short, and leave Link facing a different direction, which helps with the next item setup. The next item being Chateau Romani. Chateau gives Link unlimited magic until the next Song of Time, and since I won't be playing Song of Time for over 3 hours, this will be very useful. Here are 10 more bomb chews, both because I want them and to help with the next setup again. And this next one is Sun's Song. Sun's Song? In Majora's Mask? Yes. It is a normally unused item in this game, but boy am I going to use it. It is of course not required for 100%, and we'll see what it does soon. This one is the Goron Lullaby intro. It gets replaced in the inventory by the full lullaby once I learn it, so it's not required for 100%. Getting it this way just skips some backtracking and a long cutscene. This one is the Goron Mask, which is so useful for fast movement that it'll get some use even though I'll get it from source pretty soon. This one is the Swamp Title Deed, another temporary item not required. For this run, it's mostly useful because of the slot it inhabits on the inventory screen, which I'll soon use for a glitch called Equip Swap. This next one is just a Deku Stick, which I'll need for a glitch before I get a chance to leave Clocktown and get one from a Deku Baba. But I'll do that later just to get one from source. Just 2 more after this, we're almost there. This one is the Razor Sword, which is another middle upgrade not required for 100%. I can get the Gilded Sword faster if I already have the Razor Sword, and it does more damage than the Kokiri Sword as well. As a side note, since I have a moment to breathe, I do want to talk about the movement mechanics that I'm using to get Link to the perfect angles for these setups, and I promise I will do that later, but not right now. The very last item I'll get here is the Gold Dust, and as I pause buffer for this setup, you'll be able to see all the things that I just SRM'd in the inventory. Selling the gold dust in the Curiosity Shop is a good way to get rupees quickly. I actually won't use this gold dust to get the Gilded Sword because I will have gotten the real gold dust from Goron Race by then. That was a little bit of extra pause buffering. Later, when there's more time, I'll talk about how pause buffering works. But that'll be it. After I open this chest, I can leave awkwardly with my time stop inverted controls. There's one other item that I'll use SRM to get later on in the run, but otherwise SRM will only be used for wrong warps from here on out. So if you thought that was cool, great. If you thought it was lame, don't worry, the whole run isn't like that. And if there are any items that I didn't get just now that seem to you like they might be useful, chances are they're impossible to SRM, or SRMing them would have made it impossible to get them from source later. So, Sun's Song. It's pretty much the same as an Ocarina of Time, advancing time quickly to the next day or night. Song of Double Time already does something similar, but Sun's Song has the advantages of taking less time to play, being playable in some areas where Song of Double Time isn't, and allowing Link to do things between playing the song and the day or night transition happening. Of course, the final version of the game isn't designed to have Sun's Song in it, so I'll be able to exploit these things in several ways throughout the run. Anyway, in this Clocktown trip, the most important things for me to get done are getting the Bomber's Notebook, starting the Anju Cafe side quest, and setting up a warping glitch. As you can see, I'm catching some of the bombers, and I just got the Stray Fairy so that I can get the Great Fairy Mask as well. Now I'll set up the warping glitch, Index Warp. To show the Clocktown Owl statue that I just passed from West Clocktown, the West Clocktown map has a real out-of-bounds owl statue that we call the Hidden Owl. And if I hit the Hidden Owl, I'll be able to sort owl statues that I haven't hit yet under certain conditions. I'll talk more about how that works later, but to hit the Hidden Owl, I'm using a glitch called Action Swap that makes my handy Deku Stick extend far behind Link. The very, very quick explanation is that the memory address that controls the length of a Deku Stick as it burns down, where it uses a decreasing positive number, is also used to determine what sound effect first-person items make, where it uses a negative number. Action Swap mixes those up to get the Deku Stick's length to be a decreasing negative number, meaning it grows behind Link every frame. Anyway, I finished Hide and Seek, so I earned the Bomber's Notebook, and I also just got the Bomber's Code, which I will never use, And that put me in North Clocktown, so I'll take this opportunity to go to the Fairy Fountain and get the Great Fairy Mask, with some interesting movement. But unlike when I got magic here, I can skip this Great Fairy cutscene by hitting the cutscene trigger while voiding in some out-of-bounds water. Now's the time to talk about super slides. I just did a super slide to clip out of bounds. If Link is targeting and shielding and tries to pick something up but gets interrupted by a damage source, he'll get shot backwards for as long as he keeps the shield up, then stop and pick up the object when shield is released, if it still exists. The most common way to super slide for movement purposes is with a bomb, like I just did, since a bomb can both be picked up and act as a damage source. Back in the observatory when I did a super slide, I used a bomb as the damage source, but a pot as the object that Link was trying to pick up, because it was important for the SRM setup. The end of the super slide that I just did actually had a little something special about it, but we'll come back and talk about that next time I skip a Great Fairy cutscene. For now, I've moved on to the first day of the Deku Playground minigame, which has day 2 and 3 variations that I'll need to complete in this cycle to get a heart piece. Actually, sorry, one more thing about the Great Fairy cutscene skip. I know we didn't see Link get the Great Fairy Mask, but the Great Fairy Mask is put in the inventory on the very first frame of the cutscene being activated, which happened before I voided out. You don't just have to take my word for it, we will see it in the inventory soon. Of the 3 major goals for this Clocktown trip that I pointed out before, the only one left is starting the Andrew Cafe side quest. So I'll head to East Clocktown to do that now. And can I get the side hop? I got the side hop! That side hop is a little awkward, but saves a small amount of time over using the flower normally. The real final boss, Majora. We'll see at the end of this mask text some Bomber's Notebook text. Yep, there it is. That's what I didn't want to miss by doing a bunch of stuff before getting the Bomber's Notebook. Oh, here on this equip you can see the Great Fairy Mask on the menu. See, there it is. I wasn't lying. Here's a pretty cool use of Sun Song. The first 2 steps in the Andrew Cafe side quest are talking to Andrew with Cafe's mask on to set the midnight meeting, and then attending the midnight meeting, which involves waiting for a while. But not with Sun Song. With Sun Song, I can just play the song, run over to the meeting spot, and suddenly Andrew shows up at midnight. This is much more convenient than waiting, because there's pretty much no way for me to spend all of that time in Clocktown normally, so without Sun Song I would have needed to make an extra trip here later. Now here's the first use of Equip Swap. With a frame-perfect control stick input and button press right after a page turn on the pause menu, I can equip an item on a different item slot. I'm trying, at least, to equip the Swamp Title Deed, there we go, on the Ocarina slot, and the Chateau Romani on the Title Deed slot. So now when I drink the Chateau, again giving me unlimited magic for this cycle, it put the resulting empty bottle on the Title Deed's menu slot, and left the real Chateau in its slot, so I still have it. Thankfully, giving the Title Deed to Toilet Hand while it's on the Ocarina slot doesn't overwrite the Ocarina with anything. I just had to do that so I could equip the Title Deed while Chateau was equip-swapped on its slot. But if I already have infinite magic, why did I want to preserve the Chateau Romani? After I mailed the letter to Cafe that I just got in the midnight meeting, we enter the Curiosity Shop Gauntlet. See, I need to get 5,000 rupees in the bank for 1 heart piece, and the fastest way to do that will be to sell a high-priced item like Chateau Romani in the Curiosity Shop, over and over again. Since I'll be going back and forth between the Curiosity Shop and the bank, and I can only sell at the Curiosity Shop as human, Bunnyhood comes in handy here. You'll also notice that I equipped my empty bottle as well as my Chateau. The way this works is when I try to sell Chateau, the game tries to replace it with an empty bottle. Makes sense. But you'll notice if you look at the C buttons now that nothing changed. Between choosing to sell the Chateau and it being replaced with an empty bottle, there was a 2-frame window where pressing another C button would make the game replace whatever was on that button with an empty bottle, instead of replacing the Chateau. I don't really want to replace any other items with an empty bottle right now, so just to keep the Chateau, I replaced my empty bottle with an empty bottle. Now I've just put my 200 rupees in the bank to get the banker's wallet upgrade. Remember, I SRM'd the adult wallet earlier, so I only needed 1 wallet upgrade from Source, and this one is far faster than completing Oceanside Spider House. Alright, now I have a 500 rupee capacity wallet. I need 5,000 rupees for the banker heart piece. I'm going to be here for a while. On each trip to the curiosity shop, I'll earn 500 rupees by pretending to sell the chateau to the guy 3 times. Then I'll deposit the proceeds in the bank, then repeat. It's worth mentioning that if I fail any of the 2-frame bottle dupes here, my chateau will be gone. If I could equip swap the chateau again like I did back when I drank it, then I'd still have it in the inventory if that happened, but I can't do that again because the empty bottle that I'm using is on the item slot that I'd be equip swapping to. If I equip swapped over the ocarina in this case, it would replace my ocarina with an empty bottle, and equip swap only works on certain slots in the inventory depending on what items the inventory has in it. In this case, it'll only work in the top left and top right slots. But that's okay. The entire reason that I SRM'd gold dust back in the observatory was to use it as a backup if I lose my chateau, since it also sells for 200 rupees. This really does go on for about 4 more minutes, so I've made the executive decision, for the sake of this commentary, to cut out about 3 minutes of it. There's really nothing to comment on. I didn't even fail any of the dupes and need to use the backup gold dust. And I know not everyone likes listening to the rupee count sound for minutes on end. So it looks like I'll have 1,200 rupees in the bank once I deposit these 500. We'll see that in the banker's text momentarily. There we go. And I even get a reward for it. That's what they call interest. But as I enter the curiosity shop again, I'll do a little splice. The timer just jumped up. And now I have 3,200 rupees in the bank, which we'll see next time I go out there. If for some reason you want to see that entire section in its unabridged glory, you can see that in the uncommented version of this run, which I'll link in the description. But in this video, I'm just going to move on. In the other glitched and glitchless 100% categories, this section comes way later in the run, which is a little nicer when doing speedrun attempts, but SRM makes it worth doing early on like this. Oh, and in glitchless 100%, which of course can't do this glitch in the curiosity shop, we farm rupees by going out to Termina Field and shooting light arrows at Enos, the snowman enemies. It's slower, but a bit more engaging than curiosity shop dupes, in my opinion. After the splice and that deposit, the banker said I'm up to 3,700 rupees. The heart piece, again, is at 5,000 rupees, but I'm actually not going to get it right now because I'll naturally get some more rupees later on in the run that I can put towards it. So this is my last trip for the moment. And on this trip, I'm going to do something a little different. Like I explained before, I've been replacing my empty bottle with an empty bottle all this time. But on my very last dupe, I'm going to pause during my 2-frame window and equip the powder keg on the C button that Chateau was equipped on, so that my powder keg in the inventory gets replaced with the empty bottle. This will be useful for a glitch that I'll do in 15 minutes or so. But I also wanted to keep the keg that I had, so I equip swapped the keg over my top right inventory slot, before replacing it with a bottle, just to keep it available on a C button. Since the keg is now on a C button but not in the inventory, I need to keep it on the C button until I want to use it, because I can't equip it again. It's not in the inventory. So I'm going to have keg on C left for a while. Alright, moving on. The very last thing that I'm going to do in Clocktown on this trip is the Sword School minigame, which is just the minigame, no long detailed glitch explanations here. I guess I will explain one thing. As I'm jump slashing all of the logs here to get a score of 30 points, you'll notice if you watch the input display that I'm spinning the control stick at the tail end of each jump slash, and that actually makes Link get up a little bit sooner than he would if I didn't do that. That's called a jump slash animation cancel, and it doesn't really matter here, but it can save time in other situations. And hopefully one of the last pair of logs will spawn near the door. Not too bad, I guess. I'm going to lose control of Link after I slash the last log, so I can't move towards the door while this cutscene is playing out. Also, the reason that the game takes control away there is pretty funny. You can do this on the Japanese version. If you slash the last log and then go into first person and wait for the text to come up, then the game will soft lock. So it seems like to fix that, they just took control away completely. But that's the end of my first Clocktown trip at long last. The next most important thing for me to do is get Song of Soaring so that I can make use of the warping glitch that I set up with the Hidden Owl statue. Song of Soaring is in the swamp, but the keen-eyed observer will note that I'm not in the swamp. I'm getting Kamaro's mask, and then I'll head down to the Dodongo grotto that's basically right beneath me right now. To get to the swamp, I'm going to do what's called a grotto alternate exit. All the grottos in the game are on the same map and are always loaded, load zones and all, even though only the one Link actually enters is visible. So if I can get out of bounds in a grotto, like the Dodongo grotto, I can get into another grotto, like say one in Deku Palace, and exit from there to pop out in the overworld, wherever that grotto is, Deku Palace. Very handy. For the heart piece in here, I can make quick work of these Dodongos with some well-timed Goron punches. Now when I go to open this chest, I'm going to open it in a very special way. I'm going to stand in front of it, crouch stab, and press A to open the chest and interrupt the crouch stab on a certain frame. That gives a glitch called the Infinite Sword Glitch, or ISG, which means that the sword's hitbox is active on every frame now until I get rid of the glitch. From certain animations at least, Link can't fall when he's swinging his sword in this game, so if I shield damage mid-air from these explosives, then Link can't fall and instead he hovers. Remember, my goal here is to get out of bounds to another grotto, so now I'll do a mega flip, which I'll talk more about later. With just the right lineup, this gives me a ground clip into the wall, and finally I can do a long jump just by taking damage near a ledge, to make it all the way over to this next grotto, which you can't see, but in fact does have a load zone, and takes me out to Deku Palace. This is quite a bit faster than going to the swamp normally, especially since I needed the Dodongo Grotto heart piece anyway. And I picked up that rupee there not because I really needed the money, but to remove it from that area in preparation for the heap setup for my first SRM Wrong Warp, which is coming up fairly soon. So I've got my extremely important magic bean, needed for 100%, and you may have noticed that I crouch stabbed as I was talking to the bean salesman. I needed ISG to do this hover, from which I'll do an ocarina dive. Starting to play the ocarina while hovering makes Link fall, and I'm playing Song of Double Time while voiding out. This is called song storage, and you'll notice that the prompt for actually advancing time didn't have enough time to come up, but it came up just then when I got a different text box. Activating Song of Double Time at night during a load causes what's called a day reset. If you look at the in-game clock now, it's the beginning of day 1 again. I used Sun's Song for the midnight meeting earlier, but there's so much stuff that happens on day 1 that it would be pretty inconvenient to skip it entirely in 100%. So now I've got a second day 1, without playing Song of Time and getting rid of my temporary items. While I'm here, I'll go learn Sonata of Awakening, and you'll notice that I did another hover to get up here quickly. Hovers are very useful glitches, they'll be all over the place. Here's one of the most annoying text boxes to forget about, which hopefully I didn't. Gotta say yes to the monkey. Thank goodness. While I'm learning Sonata here, I want to go back and talk about a couple of things that I didn't get to explain just because that was a very fast-paced section. One thing you may have noticed is that when I did the grotto alternate exit, the place where I emerged in Deku Palace didn't actually have a grotto. That's because that grotto is in the Japanese version of the game, but was removed from the English version just by removing the entrances. But it still exists on the grotto map, so I was still able to get to it from Dodongo Grotto and exit from it. There was also another mega flip, or really mega side hop this time, that I did to get out of bounds in the Bean Salesman Grotto. The quick explanation of those is that Link has invincibility during rolls, but also for 2 frames after rolls end. So if Link gets hit on one of those 2 frames, he gets knocked back at high speed without taking damage or getting knocked down, and it's possible to preserve that high speed by starting certain actions like jumping, backflipping, side hopping, or shuffling Link's feet. One other thing you may have noticed is that I didn't get the heart piece on the way to Sonata. Don't worry, I will get that later, when it's a little bit more convenient. Now recall that one of the items that I got from SRM is the Deku Princess, so I can bring the Deku Princess into the Deku King right now and open up the Butler race. I will do that in just a minute, but first I'm going to grab Song of Soaring, which is just outside. Now the intended way to get to Song of Soaring is to use a different exit from the area that I just left, and use some Deku Flowers to fly over to it. I'm going to skip all of that just by jumping and grabbing this ledge. That was what's called a pop-up. Link grabbed the ledge normally, but then because of the geometry of the route, his body collision was intersecting the wall collision in a way the game didn't like. So after 1 frame, it just popped him up out of the ledge grab. So, Song of Soaring. Normally, Song of Soaring lets you warp to any owl statue that you've already hit. But if you've hit the hidden owl statue in Clocktown, as I have, and no other owl statues, then it has a glitchy behavior where the place you soar to depends on where your cursor is on the map screen in the pause menu, and the soar destination and the cursor position don't always correspond to the same place in the game. For instance, having the cursor on the Great Bay map point does warp to the Great Bay Coast owl statue, as you might expect, but having the cursor on the Clocktown map point warps to the Milk Road owl statue, and there are others like that. Warping to owl statues in areas I haven't even been to yet is very useful, and the constraint that this glitch only works until I hit one of the normal owl statues means that in 100%, where I'm required to hit all the owl statues at some point, It leads to some really interesting routing later on. This glitchy behavior is called index warp, named after Indextic, who discovered it. Now I've got 2 things left to do on this trip to Deku Palace, and one of them is leave, but the first one is to bring the Deku Princess to the Deku King. You may have noticed that I skipped these 2 guards using a bomb earlier, but now I'm Deku, so I'll do it a slightly different way, just backflipping over them from the fence. Their text is pretty short, but skipping them still saves a second or 2. That's the end of this Deku Palace trip. Time to go. Now that I have Song of Soaring and Index Warp set up, I have a few goals. I want to get some specific map points so that I can use Index Warp to soar to useful places. I have something important left to do on day 1, and I still have that keg equipped on C left that I can't re-equip, so it would be nice to use that fairly soon. As for how I'm going to leave, check out this load plane. You could see the stuff in the East Wing appear and disappear when Link crossed the hallway. That load plane works the same way as the darkened hallway back in the Astral Observatory, and it's an essential ingredient in manipulating the heap to set up for SRM, which is what I just did. Another essential ingredient is the object I'm going to super slide with across the load plane, which in this case is one of the pots up here. But this time my goal isn't to get treasure chest data into Link's hands to be edited, it's to get the Deku Palace guard data into Link's hands. Getting caught by the guards normally makes Link spawn just outside the palace after being thrown out, but I'm going to use this SRM to edit that spawn. The held object's position on the x-axis is what's going to control where the warp sends me. So the setup got me to a specific angle, and I walked along a wall at a known coordinate, so that now I can wait, because that other Deku guard is going to catch me if I go out right now. There we go. It had to be that guy. And now the outside of Deku Palace is looking a bit strange. That was Dampé's living quarters. And now that I'm here in Akana Graveyard, I'll immediately warp away. Check out this load plane. That's right, another SRM warp. But you may be wondering, why did I warp here at all if I'm just going to warp away? Well, remember how with Index Warp, the Song of Soaring glitch, certain map points on the pause screen correspond to different owl statues and not necessarily owl statues that seem related to them. The Akana Graveyard map point, which I just got by coming here, corresponds to the Southern Swamp owl statue, and I'm going to want to go there pretty soon. I really like that the first several uses of SRM in this run are all done in different areas, which highlights how the trick interacts with the area it's done in interesting ways. But the essential components of this wrong warp are the same as the one in Deku Palace. I used the load plane to manipulate the heap, I used one of the rocks to super slide across the load plane and get some data into Link's hands, and the data in question determined where that grotto sent Link to. It's not apparent quite yet because this Epona cutscene took precedence over Romani, but this wrong warp shows what SRM wrong warps are capable of. Because I didn't just wrong warp to the ranch. I wrong warped to the ranch entrance corresponding to the end of the Epona archery minigame. So when I get close enough to Romani, she'll give me the end of minigame text and immediately teach me Epona's song, skipping both the minigame and a kind of long cutscene introducing the aliens beforehand. Speaking of the aliens, they're the last thing I'll need to handle before the end of day 1, so I just played Sun's Song in preparation for that, and starting this cutscene while Sun's Song is still advancing time has some interesting meteorological consequences. I'm going to take this opportunity to talk about pause buffering, and you'll see why in a minute. You've seen me do it a few times already while doing various tricks, and it's really powerful in this game because of what we call unpause lag, which is the short period after closing the pause menu when the game is accepting inputs, but no frames are passing yet. If I hold inputs, even button inputs, during unpause lag, then they'll all come out on the first possible frame after the unpause lag ends, which is very useful. It's possible to time pauses to allow only one frame or any number of frames, even 0 frames to pass, which is useful for precise setups and tricks, and the only punishment for pressing pause again too early after unpausing is that no frames pass and Link stays in place. At least usually that's a punishment. Usually that's not useful, but it has one quirk that I'm about to exploit. Even if I pause so quickly that Link and the world don't advance any frames, 1 frame's worth of in-game time still passes, And when I've played Sun's Song, 1 frame of in-game time is significant, roughly 10 in-game minutes. So I can hand the aliens a humiliating defeat by simply playing Sun's Song, waiting for them to appear, and then pausing 15 or so times to advance time past 5:15 AM when they disappear. Who knew you could save the world just by pausing? Now we'll see my first use of index warp. I'll pause, go to the map screen, move the cursor to that Ikana graveyard map point that I used an entire wrong warp just to get, and then play Song of Soaring. And you'll see when the map comes up here that there are no owl statues marked on it because I haven't hit any yet, but the cursor was still on Southern Swamp because of the glitch, so now I'm soaring to Southern Swamp. A very important thing to know about that glitch when you're using it is that if I had tried to move the cursor on the map that came up after I played Song of Soaring, then the game would have crashed. Not advisable. Now my next task is to finally get rid of this keg that's been on my C left button for 15 or 20 minutes. And it might seem a little odd that I'm going to the Woods of Mystery to use the keg, but it'll seem a little less odd in a moment. First though, I'm playing Sun's Song to make it day 2, right in front of the entrance and with the camera facing away from the potion shop. The woods have a different layout on each of the 3 days, and this layout is the one that I want, and I had to face away from the potion shop to prevent Kotake from spawning and entering the woods. There's a little cutscene for that on day 2, which hopefully we won't see at any point in this run. But hey, I just passed a grotto in that last room, and there are some dark hallways with load planes here. I see some grass I could pick up, and there's even a damage source, that snapper there. I've got an idea of what might be coming up. This super slide's kinda neat. Usually don't see too many super slides without bombs involved. Using the snapper as a damage source there. Before that, I broke some grass and dropped some bombs to manipulate the heap, and this is another SRM wrong warp. I really like the ramifications of this one. We'll talk about that in just a sec. This is definitely one of my favorite wrong warps in the run. Like the wrong warp to the ranch, I didn't just wrong warp to the Goron graveyard here. I wrong warped to the entrance corresponding to the last part of the Goron mask cutscene, coming back from the scene of Darmani being cheered on by the other Gorons. So that skipped overworld travel and a good chunk of a decently long cutscene. Never mind that I already had the Goron mask, I just need to get it from the intended source because of source requirement. Next is something that you don't get to see very often in speedruns, a glitch called Bottle Adventure, which shares a name with a glitch in Ocarina of Time but isn't the same glitch. Remember back in the Curiosity Shop when I put a bottle on the powder keg slot in the inventory? Ah, those were good times. When hot spring water is in a bottle, where in memory the game writes the data for the spring water's cooling timer depends on the item slot that the bottle is in. For the 6 normal bottle slots, that works fine, but if hot spring water is on other item slots, that timer data gets written in unintended places and can have interesting effects. On the keg slot specifically, it makes the rock sirloin appear in Link's hands at the next area load, regardless of what form he's in, so I'm now carrying the rock sirloin as Deku, something that you normally can't do. And I can deliver it to the hungry Goron who's right here, which is much more convenient than carrying the sirloin all the way from Goron Village. See, skipping a lot of the Goron mask cutscene is only part of what I like about that wrong warp. There are several things in Goron Village that are meant to require backtracking, getting the Lens of Truth before the Goron mask, learning the lullaby intro from the Goron Elder after talking to the baby Goron but before learning the full lullaby from the baby Goron, and hauling the keg back to the racetrack and the rock sirloin to the hungry Goron. But with that wrong warp and all of the preparation that I did earlier, I can now clear Goron Village in one trip, skipping all of that backtracking. So here's where I'll finally use that keg, in roughly the intended way. I'm gonna blow up the rock at the entrance to the Goron racetrack. Just gonna do it with an inventory keg instead of the one that I carry from the keg shop. And for the rock to actually blow up, I need to still be in the area when the keg goes off, so I'll just hesitate by the load zone. Now on this one singular Goron Village trip I'm gonna do, I do still need to go to the keg shop because I need to get the keg item from source. Now unfortunately, I don't have the fire arrow or even the bow to melt this ice the intended way, but what I can do instead is get the infinite sword glitch off the sign, hover off of this block of ice, and then during a small frame window after climbing, use that hot spring water from Darmani's grave to melt the ice. It is always fun seeing hovers with damage sources that aren't explosives. Speaking of explosives, I'll do a recoil flip down these ramps just to get to the Goron quickly. Never mind, I'll do that instead, whoops. But I will drop another bomb here to make this cutscene hilarious. To get the keg item, I need to have blown up the rock at the Goron racetrack and blown up this keg. Great, well done. I'll have 1 keg license, please. Next up, I'll learn the Goron Lullaby, which again I can do without visiting the Goron Elder because I SRM'd the Goron Lullaby intro earlier. And there's a small time saver that I could go for here entering the Goron Shrine. Nice. I did that pound to open the door from inside the door frame so the pound wouldn't last as long. You know, because I only have to come here once, this category has less baby Goron crying than any other 100% category. One of SRM's many perks. This cutscene and the Sonata of Awakening cutscene are the only long cutscenes I've had to watch so far since First Cycle ended, which is pretty nice. This one has a similar structure to the Goron Mask cutscene, returning to the Goron Shrine towards the end, so it might seem like a good candidate for skipping with a wrong warp. But unlike how the Goron Mask cutscene puts the Goron Mask in the inventory at the end of the cutscene, this cutscene puts the lullaby in the inventory right when I finish playing it back to the baby Goron in a moment. If I wrong warped to the end of the cutscene, I wouldn't get the lullaby, and the baby Goron would be asleep, so it wouldn't teach me the lullaby for the rest of the cycle. Even if I could wrong warp to the end of the cutscene and still get the lullaby, I think this one would barely save any time. The Goron Mask cutscene also wasn't that long, but that one had the additional benefit of getting Goron Mask before Lens of Truth, which again reduces backtracking. Fun fact, with a bit of foreshadowing, the Goron Lullaby is one of 3 songs in this run that I'll play once while learning and then never play again. In fact, there's a 4th song that I won't even play once while learning it. I'll just never play it in this run. Speedruns do tend to try to avoid playing songs. They take some time, sometimes they even trigger cutscenes. I think playing music would be far less popular than it is if a cutscene triggered every time you finished playing a song. So, just 3 more things to do to finish clearing Goron Village. This business scrub sells the biggest bomb bag, so I've got my final bomb bag upgrade already, and it's filled with 40 bombs. Very convenient. There's also a heart piece that I can get to from the business scrub's flower, and if I still had the swamp title deed, I could give that to the Deku scrub to make him fly away, but that would be pretty slow, even if I did still have it. So instead, I'm just gonna borrow his flower while he's still standing there. I think he didn't notice. That was another example of pause buffering, though of course this time I was advancing frames, looking for the frame where the bomb damage had moved Link onto the flower enough to burrow into it. Last up is the thing that's farthest away from everything else, the Lens of Truth, and there's a giant gap in front of it, so I'll never make it. Oh, never mind. There are these invisible platforms here, and the path across the invisible platforms changes day by day. This was the day 2 set. This patch of grass in front of the lens chest is really useful in a lot of categories because it has a 9/16 bomb drop rate. You can see I got a couple of bomb drops there. It's not so useful in this category though because I just bought the biggest bomb bag and I only used 1 bomb since then, so I already had 39 bombs, but couldn't hurt to have 40. Anyway, that's it for Goron Village. I will at some point in the run need to come back to Twin Islands and Mountain Village for the underwater heart piece chest, the Goron race, and upgrading the sword at the smithy. And the frog heart piece. And in fact, there's something else that I'll get in Mountain Village that isn't normally there. Stay tuned for that in 2 hours or something. But for now, I'm back at the swamp, and I'm here to do another wrong warp from the Woods of Mystery. When I approached the woods last time, I made sure to keep the potion shop off camera on day 2 to prevent Katake from spawning in the woods looking for Kume. This time, I want Katake to spawn, but I still don't want to watch the cutscene of her flying into the woods. So I loaded the potion shop by looking at it, but then looked away when rolling to the woods through the cutscene triggered. Hi, Katake. Bye, Katake. Now, I don't actually want Katake in the woods for the wrong warp that I'm gonna do. She'd mess up the heap setup. I just want her so that I can get the red potion bottle and save Kume as intended, which gets both witches out of the woods and will let me get the pictograph box and the witch archery heart piece later on. Having Goron Mask and infinite magic here is very convenient. Now I just need to give Kume the red potion, but I'm gonna equip swap it first, because I want to keep some red potion for Shiro later to get the stone mask. As you could see, I also equipped the Zora mask, which we'll see used for the first time in the coming SRM setup. Zora's boomerang fins can be useful in heat manipulation, and Zora Link is also larger than Human Link, and that different size can be used to more easily access some different positions for dropping the stale reference at the end. First though, I'll just need to reload the Woods of Mystery, get it all reset. Oh, and talk to these monkeys. Oh, you'll sometimes see me shield like that when I'm trying to talk to something as Goron or Deku. That's just to prevent the A button from making me curl or spin if I'm accidentally out of the talk range. Oh, see how short that mask transition was? Remember at the beginning of Cycle 2 I pointed out how long the first transition was from human to Deku. Every other time I've used a transformation mask, I've mashed buttons to skip that short cutscene of Link in agony. But the first time you use each of the transformation masks, that cutscene isn't skippable if you're transforming from human to that form. So I had to watch the first one, transforming to Deku, but when I transformed to Goron for the first time, I did it from Deku, and when I transformed to Zora for the first time, I did it from Goron. So again, I'm using the geometry here and some movement tech that we will get to soon to get a specific position to drop that stale reference in, and now I've wrong warped to Pirate's Fortress, the hookshot room. To get past a cutscene trigger without activating it, I'm doing time stop, the same glitch that I used to open the chest multiple times back in the bomber's hideout. And now I'm deactivating it while I'm outside the cutscene trigger range, and then getting into a specific position that'll allow me to knock down the beehive with a Deku bubble. It's unfortunately kind of picky. There we go. And then after this cutscene, I can head down and get the hookshot. If I'd had the bow already, then I wouldn't have needed to do time stop. I could have just avoided the cutscene trigger and shot the beehive. But having the bow for this isn't as useful as having the hookshot for when I go get the bow. Also, if you're wondering why I'm not just dropping down the hole at the end of the room, or using the trick to avoid getting caught at night, those are both Japanese exclusive. Oh yeah, you can just roll through those barrels, did you know that? You do have to be on the right frame of Goron Link's rolling animation for that to work. I think I'll do it again on the way out. Doing. Oh no, I forgot the Zora egg. Well, I'm not hungry yet anyway. Oh no, and now I got caught! I really should have practiced. I'm kidding, of course. I'm just going down to the sewers to get the heart piece that's down here. And I'm gonna do it in a pretty cool way. Oh, right, I forgot about this. A really cool way if I get this. So, yeah, nice. That was a recoil flip that started a cutscene by hitting the crystal switch with the bomb, but also launched me backwards and I converted it into a super swim. There is no time to talk about that right now. We'll talk about that some other time. What I'm doing now is a precise position setup, though not for SRM this time. When I void out in the water as Deku, I'll respawn up there, and if I void while hitting the underwater vent, I'll respawn with flowers because the vent works the same as the vents in Stone Tower Temple. From the position that I set up, having flowers clip Link through a corner of the ceiling, and from here I can fly out of bounds and just barely reach the heart piece in the next room. By the way, if you're wondering how I was able to fly so long with the flowers, I think this is something that's not really known very well among casual players. At least I didn't know about it until I started watching speedruns. But there's actually never a time limit on the flowers. Link only loses them if he flies far enough away from the source of the flowers, like the flower on the ground or the vents that I just used. Or if he gets knocked down, of course. So that's it for Pirate's Fortress. That's all I need to do there. I'm now warping back to Southern Swamp because I have one more SRM wrong warp to do before I can start what's essentially a dungeon rush. And this time I'll finally have time to talk about some of the movement tech that I'm using in the setup. There's just been so much other stuff to explain. Of course, this isn't Woods of Mystery. I'm stopping and getting the Picto box on the way. And if I talk to Kume from right next to the door like this, Link will turn and face the door during the text box, and when I close the text box, the A button prompt will be open to open the door. That interrupted Kume's dialogue, a glitch called collection delay, and let me leave without taking the boat tour, which would have been a huge waste of time at this point. Last time I was here, I did some kind of weird stuff with the camera while crossing this area, but the cutscene trigger that I was avoiding is gone now because I already saved Kume. I think the first notable bit of tech here is doubling up on Zora fins. In a second, I'll throw fins, then jump slash and do one of those jump slash animation cancels that I mentioned back in the Sword School minigame, and that'll allow me to throw more fins early enough that I can have 4 fins loaded at once for part of the heap setup. Next up, when I do the super slide off of the bush and the snapper, take a look at my input display. You'll see that I release target, which in this case is the L button, while Zora Link is sliding along this wall. That just kept the bush off camera while I transitioned between rooms, so it would unload. Next I've got my angle set up, and I'll start off by targeting this tree, which is really hard to target actually, but if you target a wall, then Link's angle will snap to it. And now I'm doing what are called ESS turns to get my final angle. If you hold the control stick just outside the dead zone for 2 or more frames, then Link's angle will change by the exact same number of angle units every frame, which is perfectly consistent for angle setups, unlike, looking at a visual cue in first person or something like that. So with that, I've wrong warped to the end of the Zora Mask cutscene, just like I did with the Goron Mask cutscene earlier, but this one's funnier because I'm finding my own face on the beach. And now I might even play myself a little song. So just like the Goron Mask wrong warp, I already had the Zora Mask, this was just to get it from source. And this one actually saved more time than the Goron Mask wrong warp, since it skipped pushing Macau to the shore, watching him walk up the shore, playing Song of Healing, and most of the Zora Mask cutscene. I cannot emphasize enough how much I prefer doing wrong warps to watching cutscenes during speedruns. This category is great. Anyway, this spawn is convenient for going to Oceanside Spider House. And hopefully I can get this recoil flip down the ramp while the wall explodes. Get my revenge on the one I missed in Goron Village. Nice. I already got the adult wallet from SRM and the giant wallet from one of the intended sources, the banker, so I don't actually need to collect all the tokens and get the wallet reward. I just need to grab the heart piece that's in the basement. So I did a little hookshot clip there by just wedging Link between the torch and the wall and using the hookshot. That was slightly faster than going down the stairs. And here I can do something pretty cool to skip the mask code. I can climb up here as Zora, but I can't actually make it through unless I roll on the right frame. Let me try that again. It's a 2-frame window that I need to roll on actually, just like a Mega Flip or a Hess. And if I get it, there we go. I can just recoil straight through that little gap. And now hookshot to the chest to avoid getting hit by the Skulltula. Another similarity to the Goron Mask wrong warp is that between the wrong warp that I did to Pirate's Fortress and this wrong warp, plus coming down for this heart piece, I've set myself up to clear the entirety of the ocean region in one fell swoop later on in the run. For now though, I have everything I need to start on some dungeons, so I'll use Index Warp to sort a Woodfall Temple, even though I haven't been to Woodfall yet, using the Snowhead map point that I got when I wrong warped to Goron Mask. Getting the dungeons done will purify the areas they're in, which unlocks some collectibles. And although Woodfall isn't the best dungeon to beat first, for reasons we'll talk about soon, the bow is very useful, so it's good to start with Woodfall, especially since the other dungeon items are elemental arrows, which really aren't very useful without a bow. Alright, between this song ending and the cutscene, well, there was one frame where I could have paused, and I could have played Song of Double Time starting on that frame to skip this cutscene and replace it with the day transition cutscene. It's not a big deal, I'll just play Sun Song when I get inside the dungeon, and that'll cost a few seconds. And really the only reason that I want it to be nighttime is so there are blue bubbles in Akane Canyon, which I'll be getting to pretty soon. I want to draw your attention to the fact that just like with every other owl statue that I've been to so far this run, I did not hit the Woodfall owl statue just now, and I do need to hit it at some point. I've already gotten some use out of Index Warp, but it's going to be really useful for a particular place that I want to soar soon, so it's worth keeping for now. Here's that Sun Song. I really could do this later, but might as well do it now while I'm thinking of it. This room will be a nice demonstration of how useful it is to have Goron Mask and Hookshot for this dungeon, and I just equipped the light bow. We'll talk about that soon. For now, I'll just point out that the light bow was on the bow slot, and that I have 0 arrows because I don't have a quiver. So in each dungeon, I'll not only need to beat the dungeon and get the heart container, but I'll also need to collect all 15 stray fairies so I can get the Great Fairy reward, and get the map and compass because those are preserved across Song of Time. I just did that surprisingly precise hookshot to get to this torch and switch early, and I side-hopped off the switch as I pressed it to void out in the water as Goron during the cutscene and skip the chest spawn animation. Now I can just hookshot to this torch to get to the bow very early, skipping the small key and going around the entire dungeon. If I hadn't had the hookshot, I still could have used a hover and a mega flip to get to that torch early, but having hookshot is a little faster and a little easier. Alright, here's the first mini-boss of the run. I got a lot of explosives and the Great Fairy Sword, and yeah, I'm just gonna pound it once. That's all it takes. Okay, so that light bow. Having access to light arrows early is really, really useful for Stone Tower Temple, and in fact, I'm going to get some use out of it here too. The problem is that, like you saw before, I didn't have a quiver, so I couldn't shoot any light arrows, and now that I'm getting the bow, which gives me a quiver, the bow is replacing the light bow on its slot in the inventory. So you can see on my C left button that I do have access to 30 light arrows, but this is just like my keg situation earlier. The light bow no longer exists in the inventory, so I need to leave it equipped as long as I want to use it. Now I want to get to Gecko without using the platform, just because the platform is slow. I could use it if I wanted to. So I got ISG, and now I'm doing a mega flip into a hover, and I can make it over there in just a few explosives. Now the boss key is in this room, but I'm actually not coming here for the boss key. Remember, I SRM'd that earlier. I'm really only coming here to talk to the frog for Don Giro's heart piece. So to that end, I roll away from Gecko before the cutscene, and I'll do a quick lineup here. Ideally that won't happen. Whoops. If I'd done that correctly, I could have gone for a 1 cycle on Gecko with a jump slash from the Great Fairy Sword, which is very fast. But light arrows only take 2 cycles anyway. Not too bad. Oh, can I get the snipe? Nice. This is one of 4 frogs that I'll need to talk to before getting the heart piece in Mountain Village. Here's a nifty little setup for getting my first stray fairy, the one from the beehive, without using Great Fairy Mask or a projectile. And I will need this small key for later, even though I didn't need it to get to the bow. Speaking of later, this is the last thing that I'll do in the dungeon. I'm gonna get the map and then leave. I'll explain why in just a second, but first, this room has some interesting choreography. I'm going to be using bombs to both knock down the snappers, or flip the snappers I suppose, and take damage at the same time in preparation for a death warp. And I'm also going to kill the snappers with light arrows because that makes them drop purple rupees. Okay, at long last, the reason I'm splitting this dungeon up is that there's a long cutscene with Tattle that plays after the Giants cutscene after you finish this dungeon, but only if it's the first dungeon that you beat. I need to come back to Woodfall anyway to hit the owl statue at some point, because I didn't hit it just now to preserve index warp, so beating another dungeon first makes sense even though I needed to come here first for the quiver. Now even though I had to take a bunch of extra damage from those bombs, it is still faster to death warp to leave the dungeon than to use Song of Soaring, and this is a technique called quick death warping. You'll notice that the da-na-na-na-na-na jingle didn't play there, and that was because I death warped while another jingle was still playing from having opened the chest. So in summary, I got the bow and the quiver from the East Wing and cleared the rest of the East Wing while I was there, and when I come back, I'll just need to take care of the West Wing, North Wing, and Adolwa. Now this is my final use of Index Warp for the run, that very, very useful soar that I mentioned earlier. I'm using the Goron Village map point to soar to none other than the Stone Tower Owl statue. And now that I'm here, I'll immediately hit the Owl statue and deactivate Index Warp. I can no longer use it for the rest of the run. So this is a bit of a conundrum. I'm now at Stone Tower, but I can't soar anywhere else. I'll be hoofing it for a little while. Now entering the dungeon with Elegy of Emptiness is slow, and I don't have the song anyway, so I'm going to use Time Stop again, so that the cutscene of the block going back to its initial position doesn't play as I step off the switch, and then deactivating Time Stop while standing on the block makes it deliver Link to the dungeon. What a helpful block. Anyway, there are multiple ways with and without glitches that I could have gotten up to the top of Stone Tower, but just soaring there is by far the fastest. All the other owl statues in the game are much easier to get to. Anyway, Stone Tower Temple. We'll see here why it's so useful to have Light Arrow early. Not for that switch in particular, I just had to use a Light Arrow because that's what I had equipped, but there's another switch in here that does need a Light Arrow that I can go ahead and hit. And then there will be several more uses on the way to Garo Master and the real Light Arrow. Those switches both spawn fairy chests, neither of which I'm going to open right now, because one of them is upside down and the other one is more convenient on the way out. Now the intended path through the dungeon is to go to the west side rather than the east, because this sunblock is blocking the way. It's not blocking the way anymore. So I can go this way, get the compass, and skip playing Elegy a bunch of times, which again, is very good because I don't have Elegy. If you were paying attention, you saw that I just got ISG, Infinite Sword Glitch, off of the chest, so I'm preparing for a hover here. What I want to do is hit the underwater sun switch, which you're really supposed to do in Inverted Stone Tower Temple, but the fairy chest that spawns is oriented for opening in uninverted Stone Tower, so I can open that right now. So basically this is just reducing backtracking. I should mention that even if I didn't have the light arrow early... Oh, here's a good bonk strat. Doing. Even if I didn't have the light arrow early, I still could have used a glitch to get past the sunblock. I just wouldn't have been able to shoot that switch or get the compass quickly. So this is all reducing backtracking. Okay, that's it for this room. Now I'll bonk one more time for good measure, and then head over to the central and west bits of the dungeon so I can grab 2 fairies and the dungeon map. Now I can get out of the water with a dolphin dive, and here I'm going to try to overlap the animation of Link getting the small key from this chest with the cutscene of the switch being hit and this fairy chest spawning. Now the chest opening animation is still going to happen, so we'll hear it open as I leave. There it goes. Here I can bounce back out of the water and head over to the map room. Got a convenient bomb drop here. I'm going to try to drop down into the basement where the map is in such a way that I can recoil onto the platform that has the fairy chest on it. There we go. And that'll just skip equipping the hookshot. That sunblock I really could have used the mirror shield for. I do have it, but I have light arrows too. And now I'll just need to kill all the Armos. I want one more small key. Whoops. Not my cleanest, but hopefully that last bomb will hit both of the 2 nearest me. And I just hung around there in hopes of some bomb drops, which I got 2 of. Very nice. Yeah, couldn't hurt to have some extra health. The BMOS in a minute can be very annoying. So now to get out of here quickly, I'll just void in the lava as Zora, which sometimes soft locks, and I don't know why, but I'm glad it didn't this time. Now I could just shoot this sunblock, but at least in theory, there we go. It's faster to do a gainer like I just did. Same thing that I did to get into the clock tower early in first cycle. And now, yeah, that's smart. It's really easy to get stuck getting hit by that BMOS over and over again, and it deals an entire heart of damage every time. So when I fumble the movement like that, I just kill it. Anyway, now I'll head back to the East Wing and eventually to Garomaster. Oh, you might not be able to see this. Yeah, okay. You'll have to take my word for this, but I pressed A there to cancel the surfacing animation and climb out of the water quickly. Hopefully that'll happen at some other point in this run where it's actually visible. So it is possible to get through this room without having light arrow already, especially since I have the mirror shield. I could just do it the intended way, but it's much faster to just use the light arrow. Classic damage ISG off the Negeron. You can get ISG without picking something up by having a crouch stab interrupted by shielding damage, and it's actually less precise. It's not frame perfect, but it's only useful in certain scenarios. And of course, it's not useful here. I did that by accident. That's that room down. No mirrors were harmed. Here's something pretty cool. I can do a sideways long jump just by taking damage very near the edge. And then I can recoil. Never mind, then I can fall in the lava. Well, if I had done that correctly, then I would have recoiled off the wall and then flown back to the fairy chest platform. But yeah, when that happens, I just void in the lava, and since I'm already Deku, I just use the flower instead. Oh well, there's something else that's cool coming up here anyway. This will be the first weird shot of the run. If I take damage on the invincibility frames after a roll, just like for a mega flip, but instead of backflipping or side hopping, I try to target walk, then Link will go through a very weird looking animation. And if I pull a first person item like the hookshot out on certain frames of that animation, Link's first person perspective will be in a weird place that can be on the opposite side of a wall. So from here, I can just hookshot straight over to this fairy chest, and skip going through the room as Deku on the updrafts. Now this chest is still on fire, and now so am I, but if you hookshot it in just the right way with some damage invincibility, then there's a single frame where you can press A to open it. That's the frame I paused on. Speaking of which, you may have noticed that I pause buffered quite a bit during that weird shot. The inputs for a weird shot, they're precise, but they're not that hard. The thing is, on the English version of the game, if you do the inputs for a weird shot just slightly wrong, then the game will crash. So I prefer to pause buffer them on this version, even though they're pretty easy to do unbuffered on Japanese. Oh yeah, I killed the Garomaster. It's a pretty quick fight when you have the Great Fairy Sword, just 2 cycles. Obviously, I've already had access to light arrows, so getting the real light arrow won't change that. but it will mean that I can finally unequip the light bow, freeing up that C button and letting me equip the normal bow and other elemental arrows once I have them. Speaking of which, although I do want to beat a non-Woodfall dungeon first to avoid that extra cutscene after Woodfall, this dungeon won't be it. I want the fire arrow to melt an eye switch for a fairy chest in Inverted Stone Tower Temple. And since I have to leave the dungeon to flip it anyway, I might as well split this one as well and come back when I have the fire arrow. Anyway, with a well-aimed bomb toss, I was able to hit the crystal switch, and then I also threw a bomb at the hip loop to take its mask off while I jumped down during the cutscene. That'll just make it a little easier to deal with if it's in the middle of the path when I get back up. Nah, looks like I can just skip it. Sometimes it's dead center, very annoying. This room is going to be really cool if I get it right. Ideally, I'll kill this Igor with 2 bombs and super slide off the second one. There we go. As long as I hold R to shield, even during a cutscene, Link will continue super sliding. So I timed releasing the shield to be around when Link reached this chest, and I got it about right. This next room is also fun. I hope I get this one too. I'm just leaving the dungeon now, so this door will take me back to the entrance room. I'll just grab this last fairy and do a quick recoil off the real bomb shoe. I love seeing it go flying in the background. Please enjoy the best sound effect in the game. And a little thing there, I did target before landing to cancel the animation of taking damage. Now from this entrance, there's a quick and easy setup I can do to clip into Pamela's house. And from here I can just enter the load zone behind the door from the back. This is where I'll get the Gibdo mask, which I don't think I'll ever use, until I'm on the moon anyway. Maybe someday I'll learn how to dance like Pamela's father. Excellent cutscene. Alright, there are quite a few things left to do in Akana. First, I'm gonna kill this blue bubble. Never mind. I'll do a magic trick instead. Oh boy. Okay, needed the health because I'm doing the Poe minigame next. And if you have 3 hearts or less, then you can't start the minigame, or you get kicked out of it if you're already in it. If you know some subtleties about this game, you may be thinking that this minigame is part of why I didn't beat Twin Mold yet, since you can't do this minigame when Akana is purified. It's a reasonable thing to think, and it would have been true a few years ago, but there's a trick that I'm going to do later to actually skip purifying Akana, so it's not actually relevant. Anyway, I can make quick work of the pose with the Great Fairy Sword and light arrows, which I'll be killing them with so I can get some rupees. And there's a 2-frame window here, nice, where I can jump slash that Poe before it becomes invincible. It feels good hitting that 2-frame window, because if I miss it, then the fight gets way more chaotic, and remember I can only take 2 hits of damage before I get kicked out of the minigame. Though if I had missed it, I wouldn't have taken a hit on purpose from the blue Poe. Alright, good minigame, and I'm leaving 150 rupees richer. Well, 120 accounting for the entry fee. Next up is a trick that's pretty cool, but also kind of annoying to do. Hopefully it doesn't take me too long. I'll try to shoot Tingle's balloon and read the sign right behind me at the same time. Overlapping these two things skips the cutscene of Tingle falling from the balloon, and I did have to read the sign for a while, otherwise the cutscene would have started anyway. Always good to be informed about the Spirit House. But here I'll be buying the first 2 of the 6 area maps that Tingle sells. Tingle exists in 6 locations, and in each location he sells a different pair of maps, so if I go to the right ones, then I can just shoot him down 3 times instead of more than that. Now, as you may have noticed, I'm also kind of heading towards the Akana Owl statue, which I will hit. I am in the business of hitting owl statues now that I no longer have index warp. So the next question is, where do I go from here? I can only soar to this owl statue and the one in Stone Tower, and neither of those is useful at the moment. So I will be traveling on foot, or on spikes, I guess. And there are a few places that I could go from here, but the place I am going to go might not be where you're expecting. This is a fun one. I can hit this load zone as Goron if I stop the roll just right. And if you knew about this shortcut, then this might not be too much of a surprise. I'm going to the swamp. Makes sense. I haven't hit any swamp owl statues, so that'll be useful. Except that I'm not doing that. I'm not hitting any swamp owl statues right now, or really doing anything in the swamp. I'm doing an SRM wrong warp to Snowhead Temple, which also makes sense. I do have the lullaby, but I don't have a quick way of getting to the mountain from here. But how am I going to get back to the swamp afterwards? Stay tuned. Now this is the first time I've used SRM in the same place under the same conditions multiple times, which is why this heap setup is identical to the one that wrong warped me to the Zora mask earlier. Recall though that the heap setup is just what connects the grotto to the invisible object that Link picked up. The position at which I drop the object, or the stale reference, is what determines where I'm headed. So this part is still unique. This will warp me to the Snowhead Temple entrance without the intro cutscene, so that's nice. Entering dungeon number 3 then, surely I'll actually complete this one. To start off, I'll save a couple of seconds just by back-walking into this icicle, so it pushes Link into the block, skipping pushing the block. Just like in Woodfall Temple, having the hookshot for this dungeon is pretty useful. In a casual playthrough, you could, but probably wouldn't have the hookshot for any of your first pass through this dungeon, but it's convenient that there are shortcuts involving the hookshot for later passes, like if you didn't get the stray fairies and wanted to come back for them. Now, I don't have the fire arrow yet, so I'm not really supposed to come up here yet. I'm supposed to go out a different exit and go to the central room. But there are 2 fairies and the dungeon map in this room, and if I use a weird shot, then I can get up to the next floor early. There should be less pause buffering in this weird shot than in the previous one. This one is what's called a first frame weird shot, which will make Link's perspective go pretty much straight downwards. Whereas the one back in Stone Tower Temple was a second frame weird shot, which makes Link's perspective go sideways and is that much closer to a third frame weird shot, also known as crashing the game, on English anyway. So now I'm up on this level, though because I need all the stray fairies, I will still be going back to all the rooms I skipped. Doing it this way though, I skipped a cutscene that plays when you enter this central room for the first time from the intended way. Having the fire arrow for those rooms is also convenient, so that's what I'm getting now. And ideally, this Wizrobe fight will be a 2-cycle, since I have the Great Fairy Sword and can deal a lot of damage. 1 jump slash will get the Wizrobe to phase 2, and if I do a second jump slash at just the right time, then I can hit the Wizrobe before the mid-fight cutscene starts, where it runs around to all the different spawn points. I even had time to leave Link right where the chest will spawn, and he turns to face it during the cutscene, so I can just press A and open it. Oh yeah, I get to use the bunny hood some more. Next up is a fairy in a room that's right beneath me right now, so I'll side hop off the platform and pull the bow mid-air to kill Link's momentum. Otherwise the side hop would have brought him all the way down. Now this room goes pretty quickly with the razor sword and the fire arrow. Just gonna be careful not to jump all the way down, that's kind of a theme in this dungeon. Now is when I'll go through those rooms that I skipped earlier, which is convenient because they're just 1 door away. I'm still not quite taking the intended path though. I actually skipped a small key back in that room with the long wooden ramp. I'll just get this small key, and I'm pretty much skipping the other one by leaving this room through the upper door. But first, the most riveting gameplay in the run. Yep. Still pushing. It's unfortunate how required that is for 100%. But at least the cutscene makes Link face the chest, so I can easily hookshot up and grab the fairy. Oh, I'll go ahead and point this out now. Notice how Link automatically collected the fairy when he opened the chest there. That happens when you open a fairy chest as human, but not as any other form. And even as human, there's still one frame between opening the chest and collecting the fairy, and that can be relevant. Anyway, I skipped a camera pan here. See, I took control of Link before the camera fully panned back to him from the chest, and somehow managed to make it to the compass chest without seeing it. But I skipped that camera pan by pressing target on a certain frame while Link was getting onto the switch that spawned that chest. There are a few times in the game where that's relevant, and it's pretty minor, it just saves a few frames, but it's a neat little optimization. Now I can blow up this bombable wall and the crate with the stray fairy in it with one bomb. In this room, I can get to both chests very easily with the hookshot, even though this one was hidden. How did I even know it was there? Now this one's a little bit trickier to do without the lens of truth, but still very possible. And now I can get some bomb drops, or one bomb drop, that's not too bad, while waiting for the fairy, and then completely skip the puzzle by hookshotting across the room. I've got 10 stray fairies now, and I already have the compass and map, so I'm just heading upwards. Just got a few more fairies to get before Goat. Here's another long jump. I've already done a couple of those, just took damage very near a ledge. And from here I can just hookshot up to the next level. Very convenient torch there. Once again, who needs the lens of truth? And I can watch the cutscene of this ice melting while the fairy flies over to me. Oh, check this out. I'm gonna do what's called a quick roll. Even though I'm on the slippery floor, I got a full speed roll right away by starting the roll from running and then dipping the control stick just a little bit away from the notch for a moment. Some well-behaved dino foals there. I think there are probably multiple intended ways to get down to this fairy chest, but I don't think this is one of them. Now notice since I'm opening this fairy chest as Goron that the fairy won't collect right away. I'll have to do this backflip over the chest to grab it before it flies away. But down here is my 15th and final fairy, so after this I can just head to Goat. Though Goat is at the top of the dungeon, and I'm currently at the bottom. Maybe we can work something out, meet in the middle. Kidding, of course, I'm just going to void out as Deku, if the bubble will let me. That'll take me all the way back up here to my last entrance. Speedruns pretty much never interact with the core mechanic of this dungeon, the rising and falling central pillar, and I'm skipping using that right now by just bombing the snowball and doing a somewhat precise jump into the tunnel. Now remember right at the beginning of the dungeon when I backwalked into an icicle to make the icicle push Link through a block? Well, I don't have the boss key, but I do have some icicles. What I've got equipped now are bombs, fire arrows, and the Great Fairy Sword, and that's not a mistake. I'm not going to be using the Goron mask to roll around the arena and chase Goat like you might do in a casual playthrough, and I'm also not going to do the nearly ubiquitous speedrun strat, which is to use 15 normal arrows with some side hops. I have infinite magic and the Great Fairy Sword, and by gum, I'm going to use them. So I'm just going to roll over to a spot here where I can see Goat, but Goat can't see me. And I'm going to try to get a few fire arrow shots in. Now I can knock Goat down with a bomb, and finish it off with the Great Fairy Sword. That strat takes almost exactly the same amount of time as the 15 arrow strat, but aside from just looking cool, it is actually nicer because a stalactite can randomly fall and block your shots with the 15 arrow strat. And the reason that I was able to shoot fire arrows in such quick succession there is that they were landing so far away that the circular flame animation wasn't happening. And that's what causes the cooldown on shooting elemental arrows. That may be relevant in the twin mold fight, so remember that. But hey, I finally finished a dungeon. At this rate, I'll have all 4 of them done by the 7-hour mark. There's a glitch called Remains Escape that I could have done here to get Goat's remains but skip this whole long cutscene afterwards. But I didn't do that here for 2 very good reasons. First, this cutscene where Link learns Oath to Order only plays when you get your first boss remains, so if I skip the cutscene, then I'd be permanently locked out of getting Oath to Order from Source, which would be bad. Second, I want to make it spring in the mountain area for Don Giro's Heart Piece, the Underwater Heart Piece, and Goron Race, but it stays winter if I skip the cutscene. Even if I could just, use SRM wrong warps to do all those things, it would definitely be slower, even aside from the Oath to Order issue. The same thing will be true for Woodfall Temple and Great Bay Temple. I'll need to watch those post-boss cutscenes to purify those areas as well. But I will at least get to do Remains Escape with Twin Mold's remains. How come Tattle never gives Link a turn on the glockenspiel of time? After Goron Lullaby, Oath to Order is the second song in this run that I will play exactly once. Or, I guess third if you count the Lullaby intro. Call me maybe. That's what it's saying? Alright, now that it's spring, I can clear out Twin Islands, so I'll head to Goron Race first. Here I'll intentionally not do one of those quick rolls in the snow, since I want to have space to get spikes before the ramp. Goron Race is kind of a pain in speedruns, and there's no way around it. I need the bottle of gold dust from Source, even though I got it earlier with SRM. To start off, I'll do a little trick. I'll roll in a circle while the timer counts down, just making sure not to cross the starting line before Go pops up, so that I'm at full speed once the race starts. That doesn't give me any advantage over the other Gorons, since there is significant rubber banding in this race, but it at least does make the race shorter. It's also nice that I have infinite magic here, so I don't need to go out of my way at all to hit the pots. But the strategy here is just to keep an eye on the other Gorons, and an ear on them, that can help too, and hope for the best. If another Goron hits me while I'm on a slope or midair, then I can lose spikes, and there's just nothing you can do about that sometimes. Okay, this is looking pretty good. Yeah, that's good. Wanted to hit that Goron on a relatively flat part of the track to keep my spikes. Alright, not bad. Take that. Next up is the Underwater Heart Piece. Nice, I got the thing. Usually hitting the water interrupts that slide down the slope, but if you start the slide in just the right place and press B, frame perfectly as you're sliding down, then you can get that to happen. Maybe that can be made consistent, but I just start sliding wherever, mash B, and hope for the best. So I just equip swapped gold dust again. I'm going to give that equip swapped gold dust to the smithy, so I can come back on day 3 and grab the gilded sword without spending my real gold dust, which I still want to have for the curiosity shop later. And just to review, normally you would have to come to the smithy twice, first to upgrade the Kokiri sword to the razor sword, then to upgrade the razor sword to the gilded sword, but I got the razor sword through SRM earlier, so I just need to do one upgrade, and since it's the final upgrade, it's the only one that counts for 100%. So now I don't have a sword on B until I come back here on day 3, which may or may not be the day after day 2, we'll see. But I do have the Great Fairy Sword already, so I can still hit owl statues and do anything else I need to do with the sword. And hit owl statues I will. Remember, I'm very limited right now because I just got rid of index warp and now I have only 3 owl statues in places that I don't want to warp right now. Sometimes rolling over that seam gets rid of the charged roll. And I'll skip this upcoming ramp just by rolling to the side. It's a little bit faster to stay on the ground than to go airborne. Is Link impressed by Snowhead? No. I only went through the load zone to set my respawn point to this entrance. There's a heart piece in this area and it's going to be convenient to void out after getting it. Now to get this heart piece, you're meant to cross these invisible platforms using the Lens of Truth, which maybe I should have used. Whoops. And then you're supposed to use the Scarecrow song to call the Scarecrow so you can hookshot to the final platform. I don't have the Scarecrow song, but I do have explosives. There we go. So now I'll just line up, slash to the edge, and do some of the normal acrobatics with explosives. I'll do a little hover and then a mega flip over to the platform. And I guess I haven't pointed this out yet, but you see how I did that second hover instantaneously, whereas for the first one I had to wait out the bomb's timer? That was because I used a bomb chew instead of a bomb, and bomb chews explode instantaneously when Link drops them midair, in most circumstances. So that's very convenient for hovers. So like I said, to get back to that Snowhead entrance, I'm going to void out, but I'm going to do it in a special way. I'll slash to the edge and do an ocarina dive while playing Song of Double Time to store the song, and then I'll activate the stored song by pulling up some text during this load. If this sounds at all familiar, it's because it's exactly what I did about an hour ago in Deku Palace to do a day reset, and the effect here is exactly the same. If you look at the clock, I'm all the way back at the beginning of day 2, without erasing any of the progress that I made on day 2. That gilded sword might take a little longer now. There are a few reasons that I wanted to stay day 2 for now. I have one more wrong warp to do from Woods of Mystery this cycle, and I want the day 2 woods layout for that. I still want to get Romani's Mask, which happens on day 2, and it'll be useful for some minigames. Anyway, I hit the Snowhead Owl statue, and now I'm getting the Snowhead Temple Stray Fairy reward double magic, so now I'll have double infinite magic instead of just infinite magic. Hooray. And unfortunately, unlike the Great Fairy cutscene back in Clocktown that gave me the Great Fairy Mask on the first frame, which allowed me to skip the cutscene, this one doesn't actually give double magic until right when it shows up on the HUD in just a sec. So unfortunately, I couldn't skip this cutscene and still get the reward. As far as my warping ability is concerned, this seems like the end of the line. I'm all the way at the northernmost end of Termina and only have 4 owl statues, none of which I want to go to right now. Sounds like I'll need to do a lot of backtracking. But no, this is by design. Remember earlier when I got out of bounds in the Dodongo Grotto to exit from that Deku Palace Grotto instead? Just like the grottos, all the fairy fountains in the game are also on the same map as each other. So if I just get out of bounds in this fairy fountain, then I can exit from a different one. The name for this trick, by the way, is an alternate exit. This is a fairy fountain alternate exit. One other thing that I don't think I've mentioned about hovers yet, when I do this mega flip and I stop myself with the bomb chew, you'll hear the targeting sound. There it was. That was me locking onto the bomb chew in the couple of frames that I had before it exploded while I was hovering off of it. Normally during hovers the camera is locked in target mode, but doing that allowed me to unlock the camera, and that just gave me more freedom to change Link's angle and direct that last mega flip. So with that, I've moved all the way from the north side of Termina to the south side without using an owl statue. Very convenient. Now I don't actually need the rupee in this chest, but I can do a long jump as Zora from this platform to get to the owl statue platform. This time, of course, I'll hit the owl statue since I don't have index warp active, and now I'll finally go in and finish Woodfall Temple. Oh hey, and I got a Deku stick from Source. So in my first trip to Woodfall Temple, I completely cleared the East Wing. I won't need to go back there, but that only got me the bow, 1 stray fairy, and the dungeon map. So I've still got the compass and 14 stray fairies left to get. But the fire arrow that I got between that trip and this one will speed that up quite a bit. On my first trip, I also pressed a switch to put a fairy chest in the next room, and I ignored it at the time, but now I'll keep ignoring it. Okay, fine. There we go, I can get Deku Nut from Source as well. Though I hadn't SRM'd that one, that was just not in the inventory yet. Now in this room I can skip the block by just jumping and getting a pop-up, and I can skip the entire puzzle by shooting a fire arrow at the torch, instead of bringing the fire all the way around from the torch on the opposite side. Now this is the compass room, just need to kill 2 of the worst enemies in the game. Yep. Yeah, I would be motivated to kill these guys even if they didn't have the compass chest. And the door is a straight shot from here, so I can just backwalk. Next up are the 3 fairies in this room, which I can get out of all their hiding places from this vantage point. And once again, I'll just skip the rest of the puzzle using a fire arrow. Though if I hadn't been coming from the compass room, I probably would have used a weird shot with that torch to skip the web. This room is really difficult to do well. I need to light the torches, but also kill all of the bows to spawn a fairy chest. And I meant to hit those 2 with 1 spin attack, and I'm having a lot of trouble doing spin attacks. That's not atypical for this room. And in this case, using the fire arrow isn't so much to skip a puzzle as it is to skip pausing to equip the Deku stick. Except I missed that one. It's really hard to see in here. So I think I'm going to have to equip the Deku stick anyway, yeah. Unfortunate. This is going to be pretty slow. Anyway, hopefully the rest of this will go better. There's nothing I want in this room, so I'm just going to do... I'm going to equip the wrong thing, whoops. I'm going to do a jump slash recoil to get down to the upper level of the lower room. I don't want to fall in the swamp water. And here, with the cunning use of 1 more fire arrow, I can, again, skip a puzzle. That's kind of a theme in this dungeon, and it doesn't even require glitches to do that. In a casual playthrough, you can come in here, get the bow, leave without killing a Dolwa, go completely clear Snowhead Temple, and then come back with the fire arrow. Here I'll line up with the wall and do a trick called bow extension. Not like that. There we go. And that lets me shoot arrows through the wall. I am shooting blindly, but I can at least hear when the bubbles pop. And that's it. That's all my stray fairies. And I got the map and compass, so I just need to fight a Dolwa now. Once again, Dragonfly is providing ample motivation for me to kill them. Recall that back in the bomber's hideout, I SRM'd this boss key, so I can just go through the door. I could have done a boss key skip there instead, but it would have taken about the same amount of time as SRMing the boss key did, and it carries a risk of crashing, which I don't like to do 2 hours into a run. My sword is only half as long as his, so I think I'm going to lose this fight. Well, it was close anyway. Yes, the Great Fairy Sword makes that fight comically fast, though it's also pretty fast in speedruns even without the Great Fairy Sword. Oh, interesting camera turn. Alright, those are my second boss remains. I'll point out, and building off of what I was saying before, that the way this game is designed, it's not even really glitchy to get It Always Remains second instead of first. Even in a casual playthrough, as long as you get the dungeon item from a dungeon, you have access to the next dungeon, so you really can just do the dungeons in any order, or at least finish them in any order, in a casual playthrough. Of course, I didn't just use each dungeon's dungeon item to get to the next dungeon, I did use glitches, but this is not a casual playthrough. I've played this game before. Like I said before, I could have skipped this cutscene with Remains Escape, though it's kind of annoying on It Always Remains. But this cutscene is what purifies the swamp, and I need the swamp purified for the witch archery minigame later. Now this is where that extra cutscene with Tattle would play if I had beaten Woodfall Temple first. Oh, and behind those vines is the Deku Princess, but I already turned in the Deku Princess earlier, so I'm pretty sure that one's an imposter. I'll just leave her there. But I'll clear this area now. I just need to get one more heart piece and the Great Fairy reward. I can do another nifty pop-up here. That happened because after the transformation, Deku Link bounced off the water, and that put his feet close enough to the top of the platform that the game assumed they should be on the platform. This Great Fairy reward is Great Spin. And just like the Great Fairy Mask earlier, it gets put in the inventory on the first frame of the cutscene. So if I can do a super slide, I can skip the cutscene. Oh no. Well, I'll go ahead and explain. At the end of the super slide, I'm going to do something called an extended super slide by holding just outside the dead zone on the control stick and then releasing shield. That preserved a little over half of Link's speed out of the super slide and made him turn so I could get the clip angle. Okay, that's it for Woodfall. I do still have more to do in the swamp though. I do want to finally hit that southern swamp owl statue, and I'll do some other stuff on the way. And then I'll continue this dungeon section by heading to Great Bay Temple. And by the way, there really isn't any proof yet that I actually got Great Spin when I did that cutscene skip, but you will see it by the end of the run. It's tough to do that without bonking into the lily pads. First order of business, need to talk to this frog for Don Giro's heart piece. And next up, I'll head to the tourist center for the witch archery minigame. Oh yeah, kinda cool thing here, I can use the boat underneath the tourist center to get up onto this platform. Skips going around or climbing up. This minigame isn't an auto-scroller exactly, but I only need to get 20 points to win the minigame, as long as I don't hit the witch too many times. And there's ample time to do that, so I may be spending some time in this minigame looking down to try to reduce lag. Take that. What a nice boat. I just want to sit here and admire my boat. High quality boat texture. What's that you say? Nah, sorry, too busy looking at my boat. Okay, I do actually have to do one other thing before this minigame ends. I'll need to get into the swamp spider house later, and there's a web blocking the entrance, but if I shoot an arrow in just the right place at just the right time, then I can use this torch to burn the web, and that'll just mean I don't have to take a second to burn it later. This part isn't actually relevant to the run at all, but the game doesn't quite cancel that cutscene state properly. I'll link a video in the description explaining it, I can't do it justice. But you'll notice that now whenever I shoot an arrow, all of my previously shot arrows will move just a little bit. You can see multiple trails here. This also led to an iconic and very funny accidental use of SRM back before SRM was really discovered or understood. A runner named Fullgrown Gaming was shooting doors instead of arrows out of the bow. I'll link that one in the description as well. It's definitely worth watching. Now the only conventionally swamp-related thing that I still want to do on this trip is to hit this owl statue. But after that, I will be... if I ever hit it, there we go. After that, I'll be heading back to the Woods of Mystery. I've got another wrong warp to do, and this one is my favorite one in the run. It's so cool. I'll be doing what's called a chain warp, which is just a normal SRM wrong warp, and then I'm going to void out in the place that I warped to, and that will give me another wrong warp to somewhere else. And both places are useful. Typically, I would want to explain in advance what's going on, but I think this one is fun enough that I'll leave it as a surprise for the moment. So this is that same old heap setup that I've been doing on all the wrong warps since I saved Kume. Whoops, meant to side hop there instead of rolling. I'll have to wait a cycle on this snapper. There we go. I should mention, since I was failing some super slides earlier, that the timing for a super slide is a bit more difficult when you're doing it off of a bomb, since the bomb is acting both as the damage source and as the object that Link is trying to pick up. Timing the snapper and grass super slides is much easier. Here's a bit of angle setup tech that I didn't explain earlier. I'm moving to a specific place in the room so that the camera acts a certain way, so that I can tap up and get set to a specific angle that I couldn't have elsewhere in the room. Really got to pull out all the stops for these angle setups. Now with that, I've wrong warped to the end of the cutscene with Evan, when he gives me the heart piece for having played him the song that I didn't play him. So that was a nice cutscene skip by itself. And I said earlier that I'm heading to Great Bay Temple, so that's what the rest of this wrong warp is, but I'm not going to be entering Great Bay Temple in quite the way that you might expect. I'm voiding out for the chain warp, and now here I am in Great Bay Temple. Recognize it? The chain warp didn't bring me to the conventional entrance of the dungeon. It loaded one room and put me out of bounds in a different room. I'm currently in that big central spinning room. And there's no water loaded, so I'll have to do a hover to get up to that room that is loaded, so I can actually play through the dungeon. Obviously, this is pretty cool on its own, but I also love the routing implications of this wrong warp. No other main category gets to start Great Bay Temple from the middle of the dungeon. And also, this means that I can beat Great Bay Temple before even learning New Wave Bossa Nova, which streamlines the routing through the ocean area afterwards. And of course, that also skipped the cutscenes with the turtle and the pirates that play or are skipped through other means on the way to the dungeon. Very cool wrong warp. But, onto the dungeon itself. In this room, I just need to kill all the babas for a fairy chest to spawn. And I didn't time that quite right. If I had timed that pause in a 2-frame window, then I could have just dolphin dived straight onto this platform. But landing on the lily pad isn't too slow. So just like in Snowhead Temple, since I'm not human here, I'll backflip onto the chest to get the fairy since it doesn't auto-collect as Zora. This room has a lot of stuff in it. I'll head over here for the compass first. There's also a fairy in a pot, a small key chest, the boss key chest, and the door to Gecko, who I do need to beat so that I can talk to the frog for Don Giro's heart piece. But I can't do that quite yet because I need the ice arrow first. So I'll first grab the small key, and I'll grab the fairy on the way out, and then head to Wart for the ice arrow. And I was able to swim at that corner at just the right angle to avoid bonking. Here though, I will not avoid bonking. Ideally, I'll dolphin dive and bonk onto the pipe. Can I get some bombs? Nice. Very nice. Both of those drops are random, though I think they're both 9/16 chances. Unfortunately, I'm not going to be using the fastest fight strategy for Wart. It's kind of a pain, and whether it works depends a lot on how Wart is moving around the room. If it decides to move away from Link quickly, then the strat just doesn't work. So I'm going for the consistent strat. I'm getting the infinite sword glitch with the Great Fairy Sword off of grabbing that pot. And this time I'm not using it for hovering, I'm just using it for damage. So I can just run into Wart and deal damage. This will take 2 cycles, and then for phase 2 I can ideally get a very early quick spin out. There we go. And get the instant kill. Now there's a glitch in this game called power crouch stabbing, or well, it's not a glitch, it's allowed and glitchless, an exploit called power crouch stabbing, where when you do a crouch stab it deals the same damage as the last attack that Link did. So with power crouch stabbing it would have been faster for me to jump slash before getting the infinite sword glitch there, and then my infinite sword glitch damage would have been jump slash damage, which is double just a normal slash damage. If you're familiar with speedruns of this game, you may be wondering why I didn't do that, but if you're very familiar with speedruns of this game, you won't be wondering that because you'll know that power crouch stabbing only exists on the Japanese version. Anyway, back out to the main room, and you'll notice that I didn't turn that red turn key. I won't actually need to turn any of the turn keys in the dungeon. I will not be reversing the water direction at any point. But next up, I'll grab the fairy and the map in this room. Now the normal way to leave this room is to swim through a tunnel to the Baba room that I already cleared, but I don't want to go there, I want to go elsewhere, and you'll notice that I got the infinite sword glitch opening that chest. That is in preparation for a hover. I'm going to head up to this upper door, and that'll let me do this section of the dungeon in reverse. I need to be really careful with this hover, because I don't have very many bomb chews and it's super laggy in here. And that can happen. That's okay, I think I can back this up with a couple of bombs. I just want to leave 1 bomb chew for the next room. Alright, not the fastest, but I did make it. This room has 2 stray fairies in it. One of them is in a barrel underwater under that nearby seesaw, so I'm just aiming and I'm going to use that last bomb chew that I kept to hit that barrel, hopefully. In the meantime, enjoy the Great Fairy Mask. Wow! I'm doing a weird shot over to this stray fairy chest, and ideally I should get both stray fairies around the same time. And now I should be able to side hop to the end of the room. Good, didn't get hit by the choo-choo. That room is really cool done in reverse. And so is this one. I'm not going to stop the water wheel in this room with the ice arrow as intended. Instead I'll do a long jump and a position setup here. And if I time it just right, then I can hookshot the stray fairy chest. Then from here I can just jump down and hookshot to the other stray fairy chest. There's another cool jump coming up in the next room, and I'm actually going to start preparing for it here. I'm going to start holding target while Link is falling off this ledge and facing a certain direction. And when Link exits this swimming animation, he'll automatically revert to that same facing angle he had when I started holding target. And that facing angle is perfect for this jump up to the boss key area. Sorry, did I say boss key area? I meant gecko area. I don't need the boss key, I just want to talk to the frog. Just like the Wart fight, and the Adola fight, and every other fight I've used Great Fairy Sword for, this will go pretty quickly. I'm starting off by rolling to the left to bait Gecko into throwing a bubble at me, which makes it vulnerable. And then from here, I just need to shoot it down with an ice arrow. There we go. And then carefully time a quick spin so that it damages Gecko while it's trying to hop away. That's 3 out of 4 frogs spoken to, and I just need to get a few more stray fairies before I head to Georg. This room is one of the most bonkable rooms in the entire game. Alright, I'm approaching this ladder in a kind of strange looking way. I'm going to shoot an ice arrow and then climb the... That's not the ladder. I'm going to try that again in a second. What I'm going to do is shoot an ice arrow and try to start climbing the ladder before the ice arrow hits the waterfall, so that Link will climb the ladder during the cutscene of the waterfall freezing. It's a bit finicky. I usually don't miss like that. That one's not going to work. Yeah, not going to get to show that one, unfortunately. Link can climb ladders during cutscenes, and I'll get to show that off towards the end of the run. There's another use case for it. All is not lost. Oh boy, making myself nervous here with these jumps. In this room, I'll continue the theme of not turning turnkeys. This one would only be useful if I needed to go to Georg through the boss door. Instead, I can just hookshot and jump slash to the platform, and then grab the fairy chest. Next up is a fairy that's really easy to get. It's just sitting here in a barrel. But after that are two fairies that are a bit trickier to get. I'm going to have to do an out-of-bounds swim to get to them. So I'm going to clip out of bounds using this ladder and a ledge grab. And then I'm going to swim out of bounds to the boss door room, which is partially unloaded. You can kind of see it here, but you can't see a lot of things. And I'm going to need to load it to get the fairy bubbles to load. To do that, I can stand just outside the loaded water from the main room. Let me try that again. And crouch stab the wall, which gives Link a bunch of speed into the water, and then do what's called a super swim to preserve that speed, long enough that Link hits the loading trigger for this room. Now I can grab the fairies. You may remember I did a super swim back in Pirate's Fortress as well, and I didn't have a chance to explain it then, but I have a sec now. Super swimming in this game is not really the same thing as super swimming in the Wind Waker, if you're familiar with speedruns of that. Fundamentally, it's more like a super slide or mega flip that you've already seen in this run, in that I got some speed, in this case by crouch stabbing the wall, and then preserved that speed, in this case by not allowing Link to enter his neutral floating in water animation, which I did just by holding up and mashing target. But here's where this Great Bay Temple route gets really unique. I haven't been to the entrance yet. Remember, I wrong warped into the middle of the dungeon. So I'm going to make my way there now, in reverse of course, and grab the last 3 stray fairies along the way. I love seeing those room introduction tattle texts while I'm leaving the rooms. Got a little side hop in there before the cutscene started. Now we've seen already with the Dodongo Grotto alternate exit and the Fairy Fountain alternate exit, and when I wrong warped into this dungeon, that unloaded rooms on a map that is loaded don't tend to actually be completely unloaded. Their collision still works, and their load zones still work. It turns out with the layout of this dungeon that the boss load zone is actually very near this entrance room, so I'm just getting out of bounds, and then I can head to that load zone directly with a single recoil flip. And here I am in the boss room. Now if I just jumped down the hole, then I would have to watch the long intro cutscene for Georg. But if I instead do bow extension again, that same... oh, messed it up, I'll have to try that again. The same trick that I did in Woodfall Temple to shoot an arrow through the wall and hit a fairy bubble, and I hit Georg with it instead, which I can do just by lining up carefully, then the cutscene trigger will be deactivated, and in fact, I have just enough time to get over to Georg and damage it while it's still stunned. I can also do a stun lock here just by swimming with the Zora barrier up, repeatedly stunning Georg and then dealing damage. I just like bullying fish. So that's phase 1 done already, and for phase 2 I'll just have to swim back to the platform, stun Georg, and then do the stun lock for 2 more hits. Now I could just stun Georg with the Zora fins here, but I find that pretty awkward, so I just transform and use an arrow instead. And then here's that same stun lock, and that's the fight. Another advantage this strategy has is that it keeps Georg very near the central platform, which actually shortens this cutscene of it kind of flopping to the center of the platform. And Link ends up very close to the platform too, so I can climb out of the water right away. Being extra careful not to hit that warp portal by accident before getting the heart container. Gotta roll way out of the way. So again, same as Woodfall Temple and Snowhead Temple, I need to just get these boss remains normally so that I can purify the ocean area, which doesn't do very much, but it does let me play the Fisherman's Torch minigame. Recall that, of course, I wrong warped into Great Bay Temple. I've never been to Zora Cape before, so this cutscene is going to bring me there for the first time. And that confuses the turtle a little bit. Now, unfortunately, my first order of business is to go back into Zora Hall. I was in here earlier because, of course, I wrong warped to the end of Evan's cutscene, but if I had then left the room to go get the heart piece in Lulu's room, that would have broken the chain warp to Great Bay Temple. So I've just got to come back in here now and watch this long and laggy cutscene. But at least there's a band playing. On my way to Lulu's room, I'll play Sun Song to get to night 2. I'm going to be doing yet another day reset, and that only works at night. And in this area, there's no night transition cutscene, it's just this text that pops up. The intended way to get this heart piece is to give the mountain title deed to this business scrub. I don't have that, and that would take a while anyway, so I'll just do a pop-up instead, and then get a quick roll out of here by starting the roll in the water instead of the sand. Now I'll head back to where the turtle brought me. There's an owl statue out there, and I need to turn in my stray fairies from the dungeon. To get to the fairy fountain quickly, I'll do something a little bit tricky called a Zora High Ledge Grab. If I align my dolphin dives properly, which I'll use a visual cue on the floor here for, then I can press B at just the right time to cancel Zora Link swimming and grab the ledge out of the swimming animation. I don't think this will quite be visible, but I'll do a recoil flip off of this bomb so I can get in right after I blow up the rock. This Great Fairy cutscene, unfortunately, is just like the double magic one, in that it gives the reward double defense halfway through the cutscene. So if I were to skip it, then I wouldn't actually get the reward. So like I was saying earlier, I have quite a bit to do in the ocean here. This is my main ocean segment. Usually Great Bay Temple is one of the last things you do in the ocean area, but with the wrong warps that I did, I really only have gotten Zora Mask, Hookshot, the heart piece in the Oceanside Spider House, and I've cleared the dungeon. So plenty to do here, and I'll start off by clearing Zora Cape. There are 2 heart pieces and a bottle for me to get here. To get to the shore quickly, I'll just do this recoil flip into a super swim to void out by getting too far out to sea. And here I can do a super slide over to the Gossip Stone. The Gossip Stone? Yes. There aren't any collectibles at the Gossip Stone, but remember I am going to do a day reset. This day reset will be a little different from the previous ones though. I'm doing time stop in front of a Gossip Stone, and that gives Link the odd ability, as you can hear right now, to play the ocarina while moving. So as long as I don't press B or void out or hit a load zone, I'll be playing the ocarina while moving. My goal will still be to activate Song of Double Time during a load to get the day reset, but instead of storing Song of Double Time by playing it while voiding out from an ocarina dive, I'm going to play it shortly before I reach the load zone for Waterfall Rapids, and then store it by entering the load zone. There we go, played the song during the mask transition, and it didn't quite complete before the load ended, so now I have the song stored. And I can pull up the song prompt just by talking to the beaver to start the first race, and then activate the song during the load into the first race. Speaking of which, beaver races. Oh, and there's a cool trick that you can do on the Japanese version to sync during this cutscene, but unfortunately it doesn't work on English. But to activate the beaver races, I can just swim down here and target the beaver from the right place, and at the end of its text, the song prompt will come up. I will hurriedly mash A before the fade out, and that'll set me back to the beginning of day 2, which I just needed to do to get to Cremia on time for the wagon escort at 6 p.m. There's a lot of stuff packed into day 2, cycle 2 in general. This is my 5th day of cycle 2 so far. Something that you may be catching on to if you're familiar with this game is that this category kind of lacks some finesse in terms of how it handles in-game time. I've mostly just been using day resets and Sun Song as blunt instruments to make it exactly the time I need and exactly the day I need, and I don't really have to worry about my in-game time too much. I don't have to hit too many specific in-game marks that require a lot of planning beforehand. For all of its strengths, I do think this category lacks a little bit in that department, especially as compared to something like Glitchless 100%, where you have to pay attention to your in-game time for pretty long stretches. That said though, the way Sunsong and day resets are used is really cool, and there are some more sections later on that are kind of like when I used Sunsong to get to the midnight meeting, where I'll use Sunsong and then I have to be very, very careful not to overshoot and accidentally advance too much time, which is also pretty fun. Anyway, beaver races. Well, they're not really races, you just have to collect all the rings. They tend to get some flack among speedrunners and speedrun viewers because they take a while, and there are 4 of them. That was the first of 4. I need to do 2 for the bottle, and then 2 more for the heart piece. On the plus side, just like so many other things in the game, the beaver race course changes day by day, and the day 2 race course is the shortest. Over all 4 races, it saves about 8 seconds over the day 1 race course, and 16 seconds over the day 3 race course. On top of that, I kind of enjoy the beaver races. I mean, they're not my favorite part of the run, and it is pretty repetitive, and that happens sometimes. I don't like that, but it is fun, trying to optimize them. So I'm trying to stick in as many dolphin dives as possible. I don't know if I've even mentioned this already, but dolphin diving Azora is a little bit faster than just swimming straight, because his airspeed is faster than his swimming speed. So doing this optimally really takes some planning. I have to think about where I want to put my dolphin dives, and how much it's worth going for a dolphin dive that's at an awkward angle, that kind of stuff. It's playing the game. It's fun. Now if you notice there's a fade out here at the end of the race, you may start to wonder, couldn't I just have done a wrong warp to this entrance to this area and, skip the minigames, kind of like I did with opponent archery earlier? It's a tempting thought, and it's one that I had myself when I started running this category. But it turns out that although you can wrong warp there, it doesn't count as beating the minigame, so the beavers won't actually give you the reward. Opponent archery is really the outlier in this respect. The wrong warp strategy doesn't work for this minigame, or the witch archery minigame, or the torch minigame, all of which would save a decent chunk of time to skip. But now I'm on the second pair of beaver races, over halfway done. And the only difference between this pair and the first pair is that I start with 10 fewer seconds on the clock. Hope I can finish the minigame in time. Ooh, dolphin dives like that one are ideal. Yeah, those are 2 more good ones. Ideally, I keep Link roughly parallel with the water. Don't give him too much of an arc. But sometimes it's hard not to. Just one more race, nearly there. I like a good uneventful race. No superfluous bonking. Alright, I've got one more heart piece to get in Zora Cape, and then I can head back to Great Bay Coast for some more collection. This heart piece thankfully won't take quite as long as the last one did. Just need to kill this Lake. Oh no, I see a bonk in my future. What can I say? It's my superpower. I can see the future as it pertains to bonks. Hey, finally equipping that seahorse I SRM'd a couple hours ago. Here in this next area, you can look at my control stick to see one of those quick rolls that I described back in Snowhead Temple. Just had to move a little away from the notch. There isn't anything left for me to do on the shore here. I already have the Zora mask, the Oceanside Spider House heart piece, and the seahorse. The nearest thing for me to do would have been to go hit the owl statue outside the marine lab, but it doesn't make sense to go to the marine lab until I have a Zora egg, so that'll actually be the last thing that I do in this area. First I'll head to Pinnacle Rock. There's a maze of void planes here, and the intended way to get across this area is to put the seahorse down and let it guide you through the signs, which are intentionally confusing. But that would be slow, and as I mentioned before, dolphin diving is faster than normal swimming, so I'm just dolphin diving semi-blindly here. I can see some of the signs on the bottom. And now to get the seahorse heart piece, I'll just need to kill all of the deep pythons. You heard me, not eels, deep pythons. The fastest path down this area will be mostly a spiral down, but then I'll reverse direction on the last one. The holes are placed in kind of odd locations. This is another place where playing on Japanese can save a little bit of time, since you can press B right before the cutscene of the eel dying starts, to sync during the cutscene, and then start a little closer to the next hole. One last deep python. Why? It's not over there. And I'll do this one a little bit differently. I'll use the barrier while swimming for the first hit, and then use it on the ground for the second hit. Backwalking and swimming are the same speed, so being on the ground already just meant that I didn't have to watch the landing animation. What a happy pair of seahorses. And now I can grab this convenient Zora egg, and then leave. And the fastest way to leave will actually just be to void out, rather than to go backwards through the maze. So I'll just swim away until I hit the out-of-bounds void plane. There is a way to clip out-of-bounds through the rock wall and void out a little bit sooner, but it's harder on the English version than on the Japanese version. So that void put me at the entrance to Pinnacle Rock, and now I'm leaving. And now I'll void again in a specific way, and that'll put me over by the cliff where there's a heart piece. Oh, and a fish. There's also a fish here, can't forget. Alright, I promise I won't bully this fish. As long as repeatedly feeding it to other fish doesn't count as bullying. Oops. The intended way to get to the heart piece here is to use a magic beam and then the Scarecrow's song. And I'm going to do neither of those things. I'll just do a cool sideways long jump and then do a recoil flip to the heart piece. Next up is the Fisherman's minigame, and getting there from here is kind of neat. I'll drop a bomb, fire an ice arrow, and then use the bomb to recoil flip and super swim to the ice platform, and then I can hookshot up to the minigame from there. There are some very precise ice arrow shots that you can do to make an ice platform right next to the minigame platforms, so you can just swim over Azora and then jump from one to the other. But it takes about the same amount of time and is much harder, so I prefer this method. So for the minigame, I've got 2 minutes to get 20 points, and that's so easy that I will be going very slowly, just making sure I don't fall in the water because that would cost a lot of time. There's just no reason to go fast in this minigame because you have to wait out the timer at the end anyway. It would be very nice to be able to skip this with the wrong warp. Oh, and there's a pretty well-known glitch in this minigame, where if you just stand at the edge of a platform and slash your sword repeatedly, then you can get a lot of points at once. People often ask me during attempts why I wasn't just doing that, and I always directed them to look at that nice blank B button at the top of the screen. My sword is still at the smithy, and I can't use C items, so I just don't have access to a sword right now. Whew, got there with only 53 seconds to spare. That was a close one. Unfortunately, like I said, I just need to wait out the timer, and there's no benefit to getting more points, so the safest thing to do is to just stand here. It's always tempting to just keep playing, get a few extra points, but falling at this point would be such a stupid way to lose 2 minutes. Yep, still waiting. You can tell Link is very stressed out about this timer ticking down. Thank goodness. Okay, just one stop left here. Gonna head to the Marine Lab so I can hit that owl statue and get the fish heart piece and New Wave Bossa Nova. Now ideally here I'll dolphin dive straight out onto the platform, which is much easier to do on the English version than the Japanese version since the platform is far lower in the water so you can just climb out if you want to. This seems like a good place to get some maps from Tingle too. But like I was saying back in Akana, he sells specific pairs of maps in specific places. So if I just want to go to 3 Tingles and one of them is the Akana Tingle, then the other 2 will be the Swamp Tingle and the Milk Road Tingle. So if you know how this heart piece and New Wave Bossa Nova work, you may have been wondering how I'm going to get them with just 1 fish and 1 egg. And what I just did should answer the question. I equip swapped the fish before dumping it, and by just doing that over and over again, I can have as many fish as I want. Same will be true for the Zora eggs. There are 2 fish in this tank, and ideally one of them will eat all 4 fish that I drop, so I won't have to drop any extra fish. And specifically, I want the fish that's facing directly leftwards, which is this fish, to be eating the fish that I drop, so that it spits the heart piece leftwards instead of down onto the ground. You may notice that I'm waiting a little bit before I drop each new fish, and that's just to let the fish that I want to eat my fish start swimming a little bit before I drop a new one. Otherwise, the other fish would be more likely to eat the fish that I drop. Just a little manipulation. It is kind of random which fish eats the fish that I drop, but it's not entirely random. Let's see if I got it. Very good. A 4-fish fish heart piece. Now I can stop saying the word fish so much. So this fish will spit the heart piece up here, which is convenient because now I can just jump straight up to the top of the tank, where I can then start dropping Zora eggs. Oh, I don't think I had a chance to mention this when I first talked about Equip Swap back in the Curiosity shop like 2 hours ago. You'll see me fail Equip Swap from time to time, and that's because it's a pretty tough trick to do completely consistently. To do it in this case, I need to hit up left and the C button on exactly the same frame as each other as I'm paging back from the map screen to the items screen. And this game actually runs at multiple different frame rates. You've got 60 FPS on the file select screen, 20 FPS for most of the game when you're just, moving around, and then when the pause menu is up, it's at 30 FPS. So boiling that down, each equip swap is 2 inputs, frame perfectly at 30 FPS. I don't get it every time, no one does. Like this, actually. Really good demonstration. Unfortunately. There we go. I haven't failed it too much here outside of that attempt. Anyway, I just need to drop 7 Zora eggs to learn New Wave Bossa Nova. And obviously using equip swap saves a whole lot of time over actually going and getting all of the eggs. Makes the bottle routing far less complicated as well. I think that's Zora egg number 5. Which, if that's true on this next equip, I'll equip the real Zora egg and equip swap it as well. Yep, just like that. I will use the real Zora egg at the end so I can free up my bottle. People are often curious what happens if you dump extra Zora eggs in here, and the answer is nothing interesting, really. He'll do the egg dropping animation, but there isn't this cutscene of the egg falling all the way to the bottom afterwards. A far greater concern is dropping too few eggs and using the real one. That would cost a lot of time. So far this run, I've pointed out 2 songs, Goron Lullaby and Oath to Order, that I play exactly once in the run, the time I learned them, and then I never play them again. New Wave Bossa Nova one-ups those songs. I'm going to pull out the ocarina to start the learning cutscene, and then just soar away. The game puts the song in the inventory when you pull the ocarina out, and then there's a 1-frame window where you can pull the ocarina out again before the cutscene starts, or 2-frame window if you pause, and then you can just leave. So I got the song from the intended source without playing it, and of course I've already beaten Great Bay Temple, so I don't need it for that. I will just never play New Wave Bossa Nova. Now you may be conditioned at this point to expect another wrong warp since I warped to Southern Swamp, but no, I'm just going to the Swamp Spider House this time. And the web is already burned. Remember I did that during the Witch Archery minigame. Slight amendment, I suppose. I am going to do another wrong warp, just not yet. And also not from Woods of Mystery this time. But I'll need to clear this spider house to get the Mask of Truth. And I did something that looks a little bit strange there. I equip swapped to the bunny hood. Why could I possibly want 2 bunny hoods equipped at once? Well, I'll do a trick here called ESS duping. So you saw that Link was shuffling his feet there. While he's in that animation, if I use a bottled item and then shortly afterwards press another C button that has a specific item on it, which can be a mask, then instead of the resulting empty bottle replacing the full bottle, it'll replace whatever was on that other C button. So as you can see, there is now an empty bottle in place of one of my bunny hoods. That was useful for 2 things. First, as you can see, I have bugs to use for this soil patch, even though I only caught 1 bottle of bugs and used it at the previous soil patch. And second, the bunny hood that I still have, that I'm wearing, is the equip swapped one. The one in my inventory is the one that's replaced with the bottle. Remember, I SRM'd this bunny hood to begin with, and to get it from source, I needed to delete it from the inventory at some point, because otherwise Grog would just give me a red rupee instead of the bunny hood when I complete the Cuckoo minigame. But that's the only glitch that I'll use in this spider house. The rest is just pretty much the intended gameplay. Just nice fast-paced stuff with lots of aiming. Very fun. The first thing I'll do in this room is bonk the tree. If you bonk the tree right away, then the Skulltulas don't have a chance to turn around and face different directions and fly out of the tree in different ways. So it just ensures that they all fall in roughly the same place every time. Then I grabbed some bugs. There's 1 more soil patch remaining. And now I can go around and grab all 6 Skulltulas. There's a total of 30 in the spider house, but they go by pretty fast. Oh, little optimization I want to point out there. I did what's called a quick draw at that door to get the hookshot into Link's hand without wasting any time, which just meant that he already had it in hand when I wanted to use it, so he didn't have to pull it out. It's just not possible for Link to go into first-person mode with the hookshot or bow right in front of a door, so you can just pull the item out right as you're running up to the door, and then open it. There are other ways to quick draw as well, and in fact I've been doing it throughout the run. You know, every time I do a weird shot, I do a quick draw with the shield, but just thought I'd point that one out. and what did that crate ever do to you? Oh, here I'll use one of those jump slash animation cancels, just to get up a little bit sooner from that jump slash. I was holding shield while I did that, just to make sure I didn't accidentally run off the edge. One last Skulltula, and unfortunately it's one of those slow soil patch ones. Fun fact, the pathing the bugs take here is random, so the amount of time that it takes for them to burrow into the soil patch is also random, and occasionally they just won't burrow into the soil patch at all and will screw you over instead. Thankfully, not this time. Next up is another trip to Deku Palace. Haven't been there since near the beginning of the run. But I left a heart piece there, and I still need to get the Mask of Sense from the Butler race, which, just like the Beaver races, is not actually a race. Here's a fun fact you can see when I transform here. The sign on my left will go from being tall to being short. The signs in this game change height to match Link's height. Anyway, I just got ISG, and I'll do something very similar to what I did earlier on in the run, hovering up to these platforms. This time, though, I'll just head to the back and grab the heart piece. The reason I'm getting this heart piece now instead of back on the way to Sonata is because of this torch, which I can use to conveniently hookshot clip out of bounds, and then I can roll through this unloaded area to the Deku Shrine. The Butler race is pretty fun, and hopefully it'll go well so I can show some of the optimizations. I'll be doing nearly the entire race as Goron. Unfortunately, it's worth going slowly in this area. The camera can swing kind of wildly and throw Link into the water. But here, because I started my roll in just the right place, the animation frames lined up so that I could just cross that gap as Goron. And same thing here, just with a little bit of a setup, since falling there would have made me void out. So that just saves a transformation or two. Now here, I don't think you can make it all the way down as Goron. I think you can make it to the second red rupee, but just not across that last gap. This room, technically you can do entirely as Goron, but I don't think it actually saves any time. Here I'll do a little bit of a lineup just to make sure that I can get and keep spikes around these corners, because I want to roll straight through these flame walls. Whoops. Well, it's not quite what I meant, but could have been worse. And then here I can just avoid this boulder by hugging the wall. You know, if this were actually a race, I'd be winning it right now. Butler's nowhere in sight. Oh. I think I just pressed the wrong button there by accident. Obviously you can do this as Deku, but I usually do a strat with a bomb there that skips one of the transformations. Oh well. This gap looks very dangerous to roll over, but it in fact is not dangerous. You can roll over it very easily. And that's the Butler race. There's a fun glitch, I'm not sure fun is the right word, there's a glitch on the Japanese version where if you finish the Butler race ahead of the Butler and come all the way up here, then sometimes the Butler will just sink through the ground and not give you the reward. Now I'm going to do something a little odd and get back out to Deku Palace by crush voiding here instead of by taking the blue warp. Whenever I'm commentating a run like this, I'll always test things as I go along, just to fact check myself and make sure everything I'm saying is true. I had always assumed that crush voiding and exiting through this load zone was important for loading this area the correct way, but I just tested it and the blue warp seemed to work fine and was around half a second faster. So, whoops, now I know for next time, I could have just used the blue warp. Regardless, I'm now embarking on the second to last wrong warp of the run, and the heap setup that I'm doing here has to be a little bit different from the one that I used when I wrong warped from here earlier in the run, because the swamp is purified now, so Deku Palace is in a slightly different state. I was talking before about all those long mini-games that I can't just wrong warp to the end of, but there's one mini-game that I didn't mention that I can actually wrong warp to the end of, and we'll see that in just a moment. Oh, one thing I didn't have a chance to mention when I was doing my first wrong warp here The reason that I'm just sitting here for a moment, not dropping the bomb, is that I was waiting for the Deku Scrub to do its attack. If it had done its attack at just the wrong time, then I would have ended up with the wrong data in Link's hands here. Now I've got my stale reference, and of course I'll do a different angle setup from what I did earlier since I want to warp to a different place. And with that, I've earned the bunny hood. And not a red rupee, because I got rid of my old bunny hood. So this was a good way to get back to the ranch, since I don't have the owl statue yet. And of course it skipped marching around and collecting all the cuckoos, which on the one hand is unfortunate, they'll stay babies forever. But on the other hand, that minigame has a lot of randomness and is pretty slow. Not to worry though, I'll have a different use to put the Bremen mask to later on in the run. And there's still plenty of randomness here. This is the dog race. The goal is simple enough. I'll win a heart piece if I win 150 rupees or more by racing. The random element is the text that the dogs have. So the gold dog, its text box started with rough, and the brown dog started with rough. Starting with just rough is good text. That means the dog will get an advantageous speed boost. Text boxes that start with rough, like the gold dog had, are in the middle, and then text boxes that start with who whine are at the bottom. Those dogs are basically guaranteed to lose, but nothing is actually certain in the dog race. There are a lot of random elements here. But disregarding text, the gold dog is the most likely to win, which is why I checked it first, and then brown and white dogs come right after that. Thus, brown dog with good text actually has a decent chance to win, though it doesn't look good right now. It of course depends on what text the other dogs have. I bet 80 rupees, and my bet will be tripled if I win first place, and doubled if I win second, so either would be enough for the heart piece. But I'm not getting it this time, that's just bad luck. On the plus side, I finished 5th, and getting 3rd through 5th means I get a refund, so I can at least try again without farming rupees first. And there's Blue Dog. There's kind of a cult of Blue Dog these days. A lot of people like to root for Blue Dog. Blue Dog is the perennial underdog, so I can see why people support it, but man, it takes so long and I have to wait for it to finish before I can start the next race. Ah, okay. Getting a taste of some really bad RNG here. That text box looked good, it started with rough, but the rest was today I should do pretty well. And for some reason, that text box is unique among good text boxes in being given to 2 dogs instead of only 1. And one of the dogs is good as expected, but the other one secretly has middling stats, as though its text started with rough. I don't know why it's that way, but it is. I'd really like to have a good chance of winning, but if Gold Dog has that specific text box, there's only a 50% chance. If it's the real good dog, it'll almost certainly win, but if it's not, it'll almost certainly not win. In that case, the smart thing to do is just reload the area to re-roll all the text boxes, but man, it's so slow. Anyway, I'm on try number 3 here. I've got a white dog with good text, and Gold Dog had bad text, so it's definitely out of the running. This is looking promising. Okay, that'll work. That's some pretty bad RNG though. Well, at least Blue Dog didn't hold me up this time. And there's only one other big thing left in the run that's RNG, or I should say randomly determined. That can cost me a lot of time. Though, if I recall correctly, I think I did get bad luck on it. We'll get there. But for now, I just have a few things left to do in the Milk Road Ranch area before it's fully cleared. I need to hit the owl statue, grab some maps from Tingle, get the Garo mask by racing the Gorman brothers, and get Romani's mask by escorting Creamia's wagon, which is what I'm setting up to do right now. She shows up at the beginning of night 2. The thing is, though, escorting the wagon involves some pretty long cutscenes. And they are good cutscenes, but I'd rather go fast. So I'm going to get time stop in front of this gossip stone. You may remember what this means. I'm going to be playing Ocarina while moving. And that'll allow me to store Song of Double Time again. This time, I'll bring up the song text prompt by starting the wagon escort, and then I'll hurriedly say yes, and that'll do yet another day reset. I'm now on day 6 of cycle 2, and it's only day 2. And what that did is effectively start the wagon escort, but the cutscenes only play on night 2. So what I can do is make it night 2 in a different area where a later part of the cutscene happens, and effectively skip the first part of the cutscene. Anyway, I'm now trapped inside a boulder, but thankfully I still have a keg. And here, just like I used a sign to skip Tingle's cutscene in Akana, I can use this guy, just talking to him at the right time, and for just long enough that the cutscene doesn't start playing afterwards. Now I've got the maps for Romani Ranch, Great Bay, Clocktown, and Akana. I'll just need to get the swamp and Snowhead later. Unfortunately, it's impossible to start the race here without Epona in the area, so since I didn't ride her here, I'll need to call her, just to start the race. This race can be kinda tough if you don't know what you're doing. Thankfully, I do know what I'm doing, so I just shot that first Gorman brother to get him out of my way, and I got a really quick start there. And I've just got a plan for how I'm going to use my carrots, how I'm going to manage them throughout the race. Ideally, I'll end the race with a high 46 or a low 47 time. Yeah, right on target. Now I'll go for a celebratory spin. So back to the wagon escort. The first part of the cutscene takes place on the ranch, the second part on Milk Road, and the third part here on the racetrack. So if I make it night 2 here, I will have skipped the first 2 parts of the cutscene. And I can do that very easily just by playing Sun Song. For some reason you can't play Song of Double Time in this area, so if I didn't have Sun Song— hey, it's my horse! If I didn't have Sun Song, then I would have to go outside the area, play Song of Double Time, and then come back in a very careful way, basically. With Sun Song, I don't need to do any of that, I can just sit there and look at my horse. Here's one of those fun text prompts you can't just mash through. You need to move the cursor down. Ha! Didn't catch me this time. Hey, you know, I feel like I've seen these guys before. Where could I have seen these guys? I don't know. They seem awfully familiar, though. So I think I'm going to shoot one more time. Yep, and then look down at the wagon for some potential lag reduction. I'm not even really sure whether this reduces lag. Most of the time you can get away with just shooting each Gorman brother once for the entire escort, but sometimes you can't, because sometimes they'll get double hits on the milk bottles. I always go for around 3 shots each, just to be totally safe. I've never failed it this way. What a nice wagon. Oh, here's a fun thing. If I had gotten onto Epona between playing Sun Song and it becoming night 2, then during this whole wagon escort sequence, I would have control of Epona without Link. I would just have remote control Epona. Hey, it's Epona. Which is really fun and interesting, except that it guarantees that you'll fail to escort the wagon and get Romani's mask. So, not worth it for the speedrun, but a cool thing nonetheless. So having just hit the Milk Road owl statue, the one owl statue that I have left to get is the Clocktown owl statue, the one that most people probably hit first in their casual playthroughs. But I just haven't been back here since the beginning of Cycle 2. So I will hit that owl statue, but first there are some things to do in Termina Field, and I'll also want to progress the Anju Cafe side quest while I'm here too. I'll start off with this Gossip Stone Grotto. There are 4 of these around Termina Field, and in each one I'll just need to play one of the dungeon songs for the big Gossip Stone. And that'll all be for 1 heart piece. Next up, I can just get a couple of convenient red rupees by bonking this tree. Not that tree, this tree. And then I can finally go buy the heart piece from the business scrub that I put in this grotto way back when I came to the observatory for SRM. I've kept this guy waiting for 5 days. Now actually I'll first decline to buy the heart piece, so he gives me a better price for it. And now we get to watch him fly away. Hope you brought snacks. Yep, still flying. Next up, I'll head into Clocktown, and ideally I can grab some bombs from these bushes along the way. No such luck. But that's okay, I can just try again next time I'm out here. And these bombs aren't even necessary, it's just nice to have extras. I've got an equip to do here, and I'll do it right next to this guy, because normally if I tried to curl here to roll up the ramp, I would talk to him. But it's impossible to talk to an NPC or read a sign when you press A out of unpause lag, so I was able to get a roll anyway. So this is my 4th and final frog. I can get the heart piece now, or next time I'm in Mountain Village. And now I'll come back here to Cafe's hideout and talk to him through the wall by rolling into the wall and pressing C up on a certain frame. Recall that I mailed the letter to Cafe 5 days ago, and he's been waiting for me here the whole time to give me the Pendant of Memories. What a guy. This will go in the bomber's notebook, as will delivering the pendant to Anju in a minute. On my way out, I've got some convenient rupees in the laundry pool. And when I got Bunny Hood a few minutes ago, I didn't even have the Bremen mask yet, so I'm gonna grab that now. Normally you would use the Bremen mask to get the Bunny Hood, but not with the power of wrong warps. Now I've got things to do in each of the 4 areas of Clocktown on this trip, and I'll start in West Clocktown since the entrance is right here. I don't have any business in the Curiosity Shop or the Trading Post right now, though I will need to buy the all-night mask from the Curiosity Shop at some point. My first stop is in the Bomb Shop. Remember I ran out of bomb chews back in Great Bay Temple, so I'm going to buy 40 of them now, max out my count, in preparation for a long hover right near the end of the cycle. That's right, Cycle 2 does end eventually. Next up is the Postman's minigame, which is notorious for being extremely difficult to win, but thankfully that's just on the Japanese version. On the English version, what I'm playing right now, it's relatively easy. So instead of using the bunny hood to see the timer during the minigame, which would just cost me an equip, I'm just going to watch the blue triangles as they circle around the postman's head. On the English version, there's a multiple frame window at 20 FPS to hit the perfect 10. I should be getting it soon. There we go. Whereas on the Japanese version, it's frame perfect at 60 FPS, and under certain circumstances, it's impossible to get the perfect 10, though with the modern understanding of the minigame, we can actually avoid that pretty consistently now. Alright, last thing to do in this area for now, gonna use Kamaro's mask to get the Rosa Sisters heart piece, and enjoy one of my favorite tunes in the game. You know, they're thanking me, but I should really be thanking them for letting me get action swap off of them 2.5 hours ago. Thanks, Rosa Sisters. Through this West Clocktown trip, I've made my way north, so now I'll go through the northern exit, and finally hit my 10th owl statue, completing the set. Next up, I'll want to head to East Clocktown. I need to give the pendant to Anju. Oh no. There we go. Oh no, the Gorman guy saw me rolling against the counter. How embarrassing. But that's all for East Clocktown. I'm just going to head to North Clocktown now. Remember 2 or 2.5 hours ago I did Deku Playground Day 1, and I'll have to do all 3 days of the minigame within one cycle to get the heart piece at the end. So now I'm going to take care of days 2 and 3. That's right, finally making it to day 3. Not going for a 5th day 2. You know, it's been a few minutes since I did a minigame, so I think I ought to warm Link's arms up first with some ocarina lifts. Feel the burn. This should seem nonsensical until you see what's going on over here in the minigame area. All these rupees that are supposed to be on the platforms flying around are on the ground, and you can see in the background now why. Each time I pulled the ocarina out, the rupee stopped moving immediately, but the platform moved a little bit more. So now that I've already collected all of the rupees for the day 2 minigame, all I need to do to win the minigame is start it. And that's how you beat day 2 of Deku Playground. That cheese doesn't work on days 1 or 3 because there are some platforms moving up and down instead of side to side, so the rupees wouldn't fall off. So I'm just going to do day 2 again instead. It turns out that all I need to do to win the day 3 minigame is to finish the minigame on day 3, not necessarily to start it on day 3. Normally those two things aren't separable, but this minigame was not designed with Sun Song in mind. So I've just played Sun Song, time will start moving rapidly now, and I'll just time releasing A around 4 AM on the clock. And there you have it, I'm a pro on the Deku Playground. There's another minigame, the Honey and Darling minigame in East Clocktown, that I'll also need to do on all 3 days to get a heart piece. I'll also use Sun Song for that one, though in a slightly different way, and not this cycle. And unfortunately I just missed the side hop off of that flower, so I had to burrow and be a little bit slow. But that's all for Clocktown for now. I'll just be back here one more time this cycle, towards the very end, to tie up some loose ends. Now though, I have some grottos to clear. I'm in the second of the 4 gossip grottos now, and if you're paying very close attention, you may have noticed that I was able to start playing Lullaby just now, before Link was even moving his arms. Usually there's a delay after pulling out the ocarina before notes will go through. But when Link is standing in front of a gossip stone, you can start playing right away. I'll just make my way across the west side of Termina Field now, heading to 2 ocean grottos and 2 swamp grottos. And here's a nice little optimization. I can punch facing this direction, so that the recoil from the punch pushed Link towards the hole instead of away from it. I've got another chance at a bomb drop here. Nope. That's alright, I'll still have a few more chances. Here I'll go for that same punch optimization. Oh, whoops. Guess I pressed B too early. This grotto can be a bit messy, but hopefully it won't be. I'll just break this beehive for the heart piece, and then grab it probably from the bottom of the pond, yeah. Sometimes it lands on the lily pads, and I think that's faster if you're expecting it, but it's pretty rare, so I'm never expecting it. Alright, that went fine. No mess to speak of. Still no bombs. Amazing. Oh yeah, it's tough to find this grotto sometimes since it's not visible at all, but at least the butterflies give a cue. This bee hat is not long for this world. Oh. Well, it was a little longer for this world than I expected. I'm coming up on my final grotto now, and because it's the final grotto, I'm entering with spikes. I wouldn't have done that otherwise. There are certain grottos, which I think it's just this one and one other grotto, but I'm not completely sure, where if you enter with spikes, then when you try to leave the grotto, Link will pop out as usual, except he'll pop out straight up, and then just fall straight back in. I'm not really sure how that works, but it is a thing. Finally got the heart piece, and in fact, that completely clears Termina Field. I'll never come out to Termina Field again for the rest of the run. But we're getting fairly close to the end of the cycle now, and there are still quite a few loose ends that I want to tie up before I play Song of Time, mostly in Ikana. So soon I'll head back to do Inverted Stone Tower Temple, the second half of Stone Tower Temple. But first, since it's finally day 3, I can finally get my sword back from the smithy, and that'll be useful both in the dungeon and elsewhere. Now, I made sure to get that red rupee underneath the stairs, not just because I wanted rupees, which I did, but also as part of a heap setup. This one's a pretty interesting use of SRM. It's the only time other than the very beginning of the run, back in the Astral Observatory, where I'll use SRM to get an item. But I do mean an item, I'm only getting one item from this. Which item could possibly be worth taking all this time to get through SRM? We'll see soon. First, I'm heading over here. Part of the heap setup is unloading all of the bushes over here, and then the movement that I did back there ensured that they loaded in the correct order. I'm also being very careful not to kill that bee that's flying around, because if I did that, that would screw up the heap setup and I'd have to start over. So I've just lined up with that black room transition so I can super slide into it. I'll use this bush to do it. And then I'm going to pause buffer releasing this super slide, because if I don't go far enough, I won't hit the transition, and if I had gone slightly too far, I would have hit that ramp and Link would have dropped the object. By the way, I finally got a bomb drop while I was breaking all of that grass for the heap setup. Yay! Anyway, this SRM is affecting the invisible chest that's behind that waterfall behind the bridge. And just like the Observatory SRM, it's the angle of the stale reference that determines how the chest is affected. But unlike the Observatory SRM, I'm not modifying the chest so that Link's collision angle... Ooh, another bomb drop, nice. So that Link's collision angle determines its contents. I'm just changing its contents to one specific thing. This is not part of the SRM. It's just convenient to get this heart piece on the way to the chest. Alright, time to finally find out what that mystery item is. And I don't even need to open the chest to get it, just need to run close to it. It's the large quiver. I'm officially large and quivering. So why didn't I SRM that back in the observatory, and why did I SRM it now? Well, first off, it isn't a final upgrade, so getting it this way is fine for 100%. I couldn't SRM it earlier because having any quiver already makes the bow impossible to get from source. There's a blue rupee in the chest instead. But getting it from SRM means that I can skip one of the 2 shooting gallery minigames, and the swamp shooting gallery takes so long that doing that entire SRM just to skip it actually did save time. Anyway, check this out. Did I shoot the block? No, I shot the switch. With a careful lineup, I was able to shoot a light arrow and then step on the switch at just the right time to make the block cutscene stop the light arrow just before it hit the block, and then move the block through the light arrow, leaving the light arrow a clear path to the switch. The middle of the run was something of a dungeon rush, and then after that I spent most of an hour outside of dungeons, just now, but now I'm back for my final dungeon segment, Inverted Stone Tower Temple. It should be a fairly quick one because I already got 10 stray fairies and the map and compass back in normal Stone Tower Temple, so all I have left are 5 stray fairies, the Giant's Mask, and Twin Mold's Remains and Heart Container. This stray fairy is particularly easy to get. I had already spawned the chest by shooting the sun switch back in Stone Tower Temple. And that was a pretty neat long jump over to this switch. I just targeted the Death Armos partway through it so that Link would face the ledge and then could grab it. But now I've got what might appear to be a problem. The chest that switch spawned is upside down. I'm supposed to go back to normal Stone Tower Temple to open it. However, there is another way. I just got the infinite sword glitch, and I'm preparing for a hover. I'm just going to start it right up next to this chest after hookshotting to it. And if I hover to just the right place, then I can use recoil from a bomb chew to get Link up on top of the chest. And miraculously, he can open the chest from up here. Doubly miraculously, the fairy that comes out of the upside down chest will be upside down. Doesn't really make a difference, but it is pretty cool looking. Now I do have the light arrow. I could just shoot the sunblock to get rid of it, but it's a bit faster to use a bomb recoil to clip through instead. Ah, unfortunate. I'll have to try that again. It's a bit picky in both angle and timing. There we go. And now I can time pulling another bomb and entering this updraft so that I can just recoil straight to this fairy chest. Oh, right, I haven't spawned the fairy chest yet. That's why I wanted fire arrows, that switch. But now I can get the fairy chest, and I'm standing right next to it. Very convenient. There's one more stray fairy left in this room. It's up in a flaming chest up at the top of the room, so I can use another bomb recoil to get up there. There's a pretty easy to access switch in this room that would turn off the flames around this chest, but it requires Elegy of Emptiness to do that, and I don't have that yet, and that would be pretty slow. So I'm just going to use the same hookshot trick that I used on the other flaming fairy chest back in Normal Stone Tower Temple to open this one. Link doesn't look very happy about that, but the fairy does come out. That one was a bit trickier. You saw that I did a setup for it, whereas on the last one I just kind of ran into the fire and then hookshotted the chest. The one that I just did was basically the same thing, except that if I hadn't been careful I could have easily been knocked down all the way to the bottom of the room, which is very slow. But I'll tell you what isn't slow, is long jumping over to this Igor, killing it with 2 bombs, and then pausing within a small frame window so I can put on the Goron mask and overlap the mask transition with the Igor death cutscene. Hey look, it's a Goron. So here's my Giant's Mask. That means all I have left is 1 stray fairy and Twin Mold. The 1 stray fairy that's left, though, is unfortunately, I think, the slowest one. It's the one that requires beating the Wizrobe over here. Though, part of the reason that it's pretty slow is that it's so far out of the way, but I will be able to take advantage of this location for a boss key skip in just a minute. For this Wizrobe fight, I'm going to use light arrows, and I'm going to stand in a pretty specific spot. You'll see why in just a minute. So I just need to shoot the Wizrobe with 2 light arrows for phase 1, and then to skip the mid-fight cutscene and make phase 2 shorter, I'm just going to have to time 2 light arrow shots within a 2-frame window each time. There's one of them. And there's the other one. So now I'm just going to time side-hopping into the void that's down at the bottom of the arena. There was a 3-frame window to start that side hop so that the chest spawn animation overlaps with Link voiding out. There we go, that worked. And now with the dungeon fully cleared, I'll do a boss key skip with what's called a hook slide, which is a lot to explain quickly, but I will try. So I'm holding out the hookshot, drinking full milk while there's an empty bottle on another C button. And now when I pull out the hookshot, Link will get drawn to the chest and then be in an odd state. It's kind of a hover state, but it doesn't really matter here. And then when I pull out the hookshot again, he starts doing this. He just can't help himself. And there's the Twin Mold load zone. So that hook slide, it's just one application of an underlying glitch called remote hookshot. And unfortunately in this run, that was the only use of remote hookshot, so I don't really have a chance to illustrate what else it can do and give more insight into how it works. But it gets some more use in a different category that I've commentated a run of, any % NMG no ISG. So if you're interested in learning more about remote hookshot, I would definitely recommend that commentary. Anyway, Twin Mold. I've just hit the blue Twin Mold with a fire arrow and then a bomb. Each Twin Mold has 20 health, the bomb dealt 2 damage, and the fire arrow dealt 6, so I just need to hit 2 more fire arrow shots on the blue Twin Mold to kill it. Yeah, this is a bit awkward. Nice, I got it. The 2 Twin Mold's paths are kind of predictable just through experience, but they are essentially random, so you just have to follow their lead. But that's 1 Twin Mold down already. You might have expected that I'd want to use the Giant's Mask, as intended for this fight, but using elemental arrows is very, very quick. Just as fire arrows dealt 6 damage to blue Twin Mold, ice arrows deal 6 damage to red Twin Mold. It's a super effective type thing. Alright, so if I get good RNG, which this looks pretty favorable, I should be able to hit Twin Mold multiple times in one cycle, or at all. That would be a good start. There we go. 1, there's 2. I should be able to hit a 3rd time in this cycle, even with those misses. Okay, that wasn't my best, but it is more difficult than it looks. Alright, should be able to finish it off here, though. And Twin Mold is far enough away here that even if I hit Twin Mold, like that, I was able to pull another ice arrow right away. The same thing happened in the Goat fight, if you remember. The fire arrow impact on Goat was so far away that that circular fire animation of the fire arrow hit landing didn't play. And that animation is what causes the cooldown on elemental arrows. Same thing happened here with the ice arrow. Now, as promised, I'm going to skip the post-dungeon cutscene by picking up the remains in a very particular way. This is a trick called Remains Escape. So I'll just put a bomb inside the blue warp, and then I'm going to try to pick up the bomb while holding the hook shot. Which I didn't do quite right that time. I'll have to try that again. If I do it right, Link will try to pick up the bomb, but accidentally pick something else up instead. He doesn't know his own strength. So trying to pick up the bomb in that way interrupted the beginning of the cutscene. Then as soon as I picked up the blue warp, the remains were put in the inventory, and then I fully escaped the cutscene starting by shielding and then taking damage afterwards. Now I'm just heading to the nearest edge of the arena where I can void, and I'm out of here. Like I was saying earlier, Remains Escape works on all 4 of the dungeon bosses, but because skipping in the post-dungeon cutscene means the area doesn't get purified, doing it in Woodfall, Snowhead, or Great Bay would have prevented me from getting some things. But when Akana gets purified, all that happens is the Poe House minigame, which I've already done, becomes unavailable. It doesn't actually unlock anything, so there is no downside to Twin Mold Remains Escape. Anyway, there's still a fair amount for me to do in Akana, but it'll make sense to pair going to the Fairy Fountain with going to Akana Castle, both of which will be more convenient to do right at the end of the cycle. And I can't go to Secret Shrine yet because I can't get into Garo Master's room because I don't have 16 hearts. But I can go to Sakon's hideout. Even though it's not night 3 yet, I can very easily clip in. And Cafe will be in here anyway, he's here for the entirety of day 3. But because Cafe's here, there is a trigger for a cutscene right at the beginning of the next room. So I'm dropping and then rebottling my fish to get a bottle into Link's hand, so I can do a trick called Bottle Time Stop to skip the cutscene. I'll just have to pause. Never mind. There was a 2-frame window where I could pause there, and I missed it, so unfortunately I'll just have to watch the cutscene. Not a huge deal. So if I had skipped this cutscene, I would have then entered Cafe's side of the hideout as Link, and then hovered up onto the conveyor belt to just go straight to the end. Since I didn't skip the cutscene, I'll have to do one room as Cafe, but then I can just hover onto the conveyor belt from the other side as Link, and still just skip straight to the end. Now I do need to be careful doing the hover on this side. I've made this mistake before. If any of the explosives that I use for the hover hit the Baba, then they'll kill the Baba, and then I'll become Cafe again, and that's a whole thing. So I'm just going to be very careful and use the left corner here. There are some invisible walls over the conveyor belt that go up pretty high, but not all the way to the ceiling. There I go. And I'm just going to be... whoops. I'm just going to walk along the conveyor as Link. Normally I would do this as Goron, but the camera is very weird and I'm doing this from a side I'm not used to. So staying human meant that I could keep the infinite sword glitch from the hover, and that made it so I couldn't fall off of the conveyor belt. Because you can fall off the conveyor anywhere, and it's very, very slow to do that. Speaking of slow, this cutscene lasts 7 seconds longer on English than on Japanese because Cafe runs slower. I have no idea why that's a version difference. Yep, still running. Okay, now there's a heart piece over here that I'm supposed to get by giving the ocean title deed to this business scrub. Just like last time this came up, I don't have the ocean title deed, and that would be slow anyway. So I just got ISG off the sign, and now I can hover over to the heart piece very quickly. Oh, didn't need that last bomb shoot. Now I don't want to use a bunch of explosives to get back, so I'll just void out instead. By the way, you can see that it's around 5:30 p.m. on the in-game clock, and I entered Sakon's hideout at around 8:30 a.m., or I guess a little bit after that, call it 8:45. The way that beating Sakon's hideout affects time of day is kind of interesting. You're only ever supposed to enter at 7 p.m. or later, and it's supposed to be midnight when you leave, but the way the game does this is by doubling the hour count with a cap at midnight. So if I entered the hideout at 12 noon or later, then the time of day would be set to 24 midnight when I leave. But I entered before noon, which of course I wasn't supposed to be able to do, I just clipped in. My hour count when I entered at 8:45 a.m. was just 8.75, so that was doubled to 17.5, which is 5:30 p.m. Anyway, I'm now heading to the graveyard, which I can clear in its entirety because it's day 3. And I just stopped along the way to get the stone mask from Shiro, which is the reason that I preserved my red potion. Whoops. I was trying to grab that ledge with a side hop, but I missed. Shiro is why I preserved my red potion by equip swapping it earlier in the Woods of Mystery. Now I think I got out of Sakon's hideout early enough that I have enough time to get into Dampe's grave before the night transition happens. And that'll just skip the night transition cutscene if I can do that. I don't have the captain's hat and it's not nighttime yet, so I can't get into Dampe's grave the intended way, but what I can do instead is get the infinite sword glitch and do one hover over Dampe's grave, and then for some reason using a transformation mask over top of the grave entrance triggers the load. So, Dampe. This is the other big RNG, or random, component in the run. What I want to do is dig up the 3 blue flames that make up the big Poe from these dig spots. There are 6 dig spots in the room, but only 4 of them can actually contain blue flames. This is the first one. Nice, I got one of them. Unfortunately, which 3 of the 4 dig spots that can contain blue flames actually do contain blue flames is random. And there's no way to tell in advance which ones have the blue flames or not. I just have to check all of them. And Dampe moves very slowly. What this boils down to is a 25% chance that I get all 3 blue flames in the first 3 tries, and now I know that I can't do that. That one was not a blue flame, so I'll have to check both of the remaining 2 dig spots. And that means that I lose 1 minute and 12 seconds, and I get to do this for longer instead. Yippee. So I already know there's a blue flame in this one by process of elimination. And I also know that the one remaining blue flame is all the way across the room. I would recommend this as a bathroom break or a snack break, but this is a YouTube video and you can pause it whenever you want to. So no, actually, you need to stay here and watch this just like I did. Every step, feel my pain. Now I was very careful to avoid letting Dampe step on that other rising bit of floor again. If he had, then he would have been stuck there and I would have just had to let him fly all the way back to the other area. That would have been so bad. I don't think I've ever made that mistake, and I hope to keep it that way. During this platform ride, I was at least able to do something useful and go grab that purple rupee from the pot. Finally. Okay. Now the big Poe fight has some interesting choreography. Hopefully it'll go well. It's pretty awkward. It started off with me jumping down off that platform, and I'm just going to line up in a specific spot on the wall. That puts the Poe in a place where I can jump slash it with the Great Fairy Sword, which deals a lot of damage, and now I should be able to finish the fight. Okay, I let the Poe get a little bit too high so the quick spin didn't hit it, so unfortunately I'll just have to kill it with a light arrow now. Oh well, landing the jump slash was the most important part. Now all of that was just to get this empty bottle from Source, even though I already have 6 bottles in the inventory. Just gotta do it for Source requirement. Now I can leave through Dampe's room, which remember I wrong warped to like 2.5 hours ago. This will put me back out in the graveyard right near the captain's hat chest. To get to the Captain's Hat chest, what you're supposed to do is wake Captain Kita up with Sonata of Awakening, and then fight him, and then watch this whole long cutscene that removes the flames from the chest. And of course, I'm not going to do any of that, I'm just going to weird shot up here. But the fire ring around this chest is farther away from the chest than the 2 flaming chests that were in Stone Tower Temple, so I'm not going to do the same thing here. Instead, I'm getting some damage invincibility, doing a Zora jump slash cancel that moves him pretty far forwards, and then there is a 2-frame window to open the chest there. Now the Captain's Hat will let me enter the graves in the graveyard, Except I already did the day 3 grave, and I can't get into the day 1 or 2 grave with the captain's hat on day 3. So I'm just gonna side hop into the day 1 grave instead. Whoops. I said side hop into the grave. There we go. This is Flat's grave, where I can learn Song of Storms after I defeat an Iron Knuckle, which is a fearsome enemy. Hopefully 12 hearts and double defense and the Great Fairy Sword is enough to get me by. Oh. Tricky torch. Oh. Hello there, Bad Bat. Okay, I admit, killing this Iron Knuckle would be pretty easy, but I'm actually not just gonna kill it, because when I kill it, it'll trigger a cutscene with Flat that introduces Song of Storms, and I'd rather skip that cutscene. So I just damaged the Iron Knuckle a specific amount so that 1 bomb is enough to kill it now. And now I can use it to hookshot clip out of bounds. Iron Knuckles are hookshotable. And now I can just leave a bomb by the door to kill the Iron Knuckle, and while it's ticking down, do a position setup that'll allow me to void out on one of 2 frames coinciding with the beginning of the cutscene. You can see the cutscene started there right as I voided out, and now the cutscene's cleared so I can just learn the song. Which has its own cutscene. This one's not skippable, unfortunately. Surprisingly, this isn't one of the songs that I only play once in the run. I played it just now, and I'll play it one more time before the end of the run. And if you've never seen a Majora's Mask 100% speedrun before, you'll probably be surprised by where I play it. But that's all for the day 1 grave. Now I'll head over to the day 2 grave, which conveniently is connected to the day 1 grave. You're not really supposed to be able to get from one to the other, but you can with a simple long jump. Now this room has a bunch of invisible enemies and pathways. You're supposed to use the lens. I will not. I can just hold left instead. See if I can get the little recoil flip to the door. Nice. Well, I missed the door a little bit. That's okay. And this Iron Knuckle doesn't trigger a long cutscene, just the chest spawn cutscene. So I'm just going ham on it. Nothing to skip. Nice to get a bomb drop there, but I don't think I'll get it. I could be tempted by that bomb drop if I had been failing a lot of bomb tricks, but I don't think I failed too many of them in the past half hour or so. Alright, getting pretty close to the end of the cycle now. Just got one more Clocktown trip to make, and then a little bit more to do in Ikana. In Clocktown, I'm going to finally finish the Andrew Cafe side quest by grabbing the Couple's Mask, and I can also grab the Priority Mail and the Keaton Mask from Cafe's hideout. But wait a minute. I already have some priority mail. I got it from SRM back in the observatory. Well, the priority mail is really for 2 things. You can give it to the postman to get his hat, or you can give it to Madame Aroma to get the bottle of Chateau Romani. Normally, those 2 things are mutually exclusive. You can only do one of them per cycle, and then in the next cycle, you could go get the priority mail again to do the other one. But of course, things are a bit different with glitches. I just gave the SRM'd priority mail to the postman, and then I'll go get the real priority mail and give that to Madame Aroma. On the way there, though, remember at the beginning of the run when I put about 4,000 rupees in the bank? Well, I just deposited the rupees that I've picked up over the past few hours, so I'm at 4,500 rupees, just 500 away from the heart piece. Now I need to make one last curiosity shop trip, and I actually want it to be very close to the end of the cycle so I can get the Couple's Mask. So I'll very carefully open the door with just a little bit of time left on the clock. It's not hard to time that, but it is kind of nerve-wracking. If I had waited a few extra frames by accident, then the moon would have crashed. So why am I doing a curiosity shop trip now? Why didn't I just do this back at the beginning of the run? Well, a hint is that I just equipped the Great Fairy Sword. Just like I duped an empty bottle over my keg slot at the beginning of the run, I just duped an empty bottle over my Great Fairy Sword slot, so it's no longer in the inventory, and I just needed to do that so that when I go to the Ikana Great Fairy, she actually gives me the reward. It's the same thing that I had to do for Bunnyhood. But while I'm here, it's also convenient to fill up my wallet, so here are my final 500 rupees for the bank heart piece. I always prefer to do my banking when the world is ending. And you know, if the in-game timer ever stresses you out during this section, you can always just pretend that it's telling you when the cookies will be ready. Like this. The cookies will be ready in an hour and a half. Hooray! See? Worked like a charm. Now the main things that I have left to do in Clocktown this cycle are in East Clocktown, if I can ever get there. On the way though, I need to stop at the laundry pool so I can grab the Keaton mask and priority mail. This is a little bit trickier than it sounds though, because Cafe's hideout was only open until 10 p.m. The door is now locked. What I can do instead is just line up and release a bomb chew at the grass that's right behind me. Then use the bomb chew explosion to recoil as Deku. Well, not like that. I didn't line up quite right. Let me try that again, though this time I'll have to use a bomb since the grass isn't there anymore. The idea is to bounce as Deku kind of underneath the door and clip into this corner. Do have to do it as Deku though. Just gonna give that another try. This is much easier than I'm making it look right now. It's just one of those silly mistakes that happen in runs. There we go. So even though the Curiosity Shop guy opened the Curiosity Shop at 10, he's also still back here. As long as you can get in, that is. Now, what is this camera work? I can't even see the Keaton mask. There we go. Much better. Alright, and I should have an easier time leaving than I had entering. The door works from this side. Like I said, I'll head to East Clocktown now. I want to get the postman's hat from the postman, who will only wait until there's 1 hour remaining, which I guess means he doesn't want any of the cookies. Then I can go give Madame Aroma the other priority mail for the Chateau bottle, and finally I can get the couple's mask from Andrew and Cafe in the inn, which incidentally is the reason that I made it so late. You can only get the couple's mask when there's an hour and a half or less remaining. Very important, I need to put on my cow hat. Oh no. This is the culmination of the Andrew Cafe side quest. I've done all the little bits, so I filled in the bomber's notebook, and now I'm rewarded with the couple's mask and this touching cutscene that Goron Link kind of ruins. I think the cutscene was designed with human Link in mind. Goron. Okay, just a few things left to do before the end of the cycle. I have a little less time than I had hoped because of those mistakes back in the laundry pool, but I should be fine. In fact, I know this run is a PB, so I will be fine. Spoilers. I'm just going to go back to Akana. Remember, I still have all of the stray fairies from Stone Tower Temple and Inverted Stone Tower Temple to turn in, and I definitely need to do that this cycle, otherwise I'll lose them. While I'm here, it'll also make sense to go to Akana Castle, get the Heart Piece and Elegy of Emptiness finally, and then getting the Mirror Shield from there is very convenient, so I'll end the cycle there. Thankfully, this is one of the great fairy cutscenes that gives the reward right at the beginning of the cutscene, so I can skip it. If only I can do a super slide. This is not the time to be failing super slides. Oh dear. There we go. And I'm just hesitating here for a little bit to make sure that I have the correct control stick position for the extended super slide. Great. Now my Great Fairy Sword that I replaced with the bottle is a Great Fairy Sword again. I think the sword deals more damage than the bottle. Now Akana Castle in a casual playthrough would be done before Stone Tower Temple, so I wouldn't have the light arrow yet and I couldn't just shoot this sunblock. But I'm not going to do that anyway. I'm just going to do a gainer on top of it and then climb over. And not only is that faster than shooting the sunblock, it also means that I don't hit the trigger for the area intro cutscene, though that unfortunately also means that the Akana Castle music doesn't play. That's okay, we have Akana Castle music at home. But since I have the light arrow already, I was able to shoot that sunblock, which is too tall to gainer onto. And now I can just head straight to Egos to Akana. I don't have to use the powder keg to shine the light down. It's a much more direct path. There's nothing too interesting about this fight. I'm just gonna open the window with the fire arrow as intended, and then knock down the skeletons and reflect the sunlight at them. Though, normally the first time you're here you wouldn't have the Great Fairy Sword already, and that will speed things up. Nice quick fight, and, well, there we go. It was a nice quick fight, but it's a nice long cutscene. This cutscene is like 2 minutes long. Fible? I thought I was playing on English. This song is actually pretty fun to play fast. In fact, you can see me practicing it on the input display. But this will round out my list of songs that I play exactly once in the run. Here we go. No! Oh dear. I should have practiced more. Actually, I just went back and frame advanced through those two failed songs, watching my input display, and I have no idea how those didn't work. I've tried to look into frame data for playing songs before, and it seems pretty simple, but then every now and again, something like that will happen, where looking at the inputs, it really seems like it ought to work, and then it doesn't. Alright, I'm back on the clock, and I've just got 2 things left to do in the cycle. Just need to get the heart piece here in Akana Castle, and the mirror shield down beneath the well. And I've got 30 in-game minutes to do that. Gotta go fast. I'm gonna go around these redeads just so I don't get screamed at on my way out. And the way that I'm supposed to get this heart piece is to go up to the 2nd floor, hit a switch, and then fly across on Deku Flowers. But that seems slow, so I can just do a really long hover instead. Gonna get ISG here after a quick lineup. And now I'm doing, I think it's 20 hovers? 1 bomb and 19 chews. This hover can be pretty challenging because of all the lag in this area. Need to be careful not to pull the bomb chew before backflipping so I don't waste bomb chews. And also to keep holding a shield long enough so I don't get knocked down. And it's a bit nerve-wracking because if I get all the way up here and then fall, then I just don't have any explosives left. But I didn't. And then I just canceled ISG by crouching, and now I've jumped down to the well. This is, of course, the exit to the well. The entrance is back in Akana Canyon, and you're supposed to give a bunch of things to the Gibdos to get through the locked doors, but this sunblock is no match for the power of a weird shot. I can just hookshot right past it. I also could have used a light arrow for that one, and in fact that probably would be a good idea for this. It's hard to do weird shots fast on English, since they can crash. It's much easier to make a weird shot faster than a light arrow on Japanese. So how'd I do on time? 10 minutes remaining. Wasn't even close. I've got plenty of time to open this chest and replace my stupid old mirror shield with the mirror shield. What an upgrade. It's like my birthday came early. But that's it for Cycle 2. After 7 long days of it, that's 2 days 1, 4 days 2, and 1 day 3, I'm finally playing Song of Time and saving the game. I haven't saved the game in like 3.5 hours. And unlike at the beginning of the run, it's faster just to watch this cutscene than to reset. Wait, I forgot the cookies! No! Maybe next cycle. Well, 10 minutes remaining in the end wasn't too tight, but that does mean that all other things being equal, if I had played Sun's Song and opened the Curiosity Shop door 2 frames later than I did, then the moon would have crashed. And on a related note, I'm now about to do something even more precise with Sun's Song. The entirety of this cycle, cycle 3, is centered around getting the Blast Mask, which happens around 12:20 a.m. night 1 in North Clocktown. And then at the end of the cycle, getting the All-Night Mask, which is only available in the same cycle that you save the lady to get the Blast Mask. To that end, I've just done a very careful position setup, and the idea is that from here I can just hold straight up after playing Sun's Song and hit the load zone at the perfect time. There you go, I hit the load zone just before 12:20, so now I can grab the Blast Mask without having to spend any of that in-game time the old-fashioned way. That use of Sun's Song is so cool to me. I love that it's used that way. But after Sakon steals the bag, I just need to slash it from his hands and then wait for him to leave the area, which takes a while. So while I'm waiting, I can grab the 3 other heart pieces I have left in this area. First is from the post box with the postman's hat on. Next I'll put on the Keaton mask and destroy this grass, both for the red rupee, that's why I destroyed all of it, and to spawn the Keaton for the Keaton quiz. And while I'm waiting for the Keaton to spawn, I'll just grab this heart piece as well. The Keaton quiz is 5 questions long, and they are easy questions, but answering any of them wrong would cost a whole lot of time, so it's a little bit stressful. Hey, I passed the quiz. And now the screen will fade out during this text box as Sakon leaves the area. For me, being able to understand the Keaton quiz is another perk of this category being run on English. I don't speak any Japanese whatsoever, but I have learned the Keaton quiz in Japanese before, and it's an interesting challenge, but very stressful to do in runs. But now I have the Blast Mask, and I can only buy the All-Night Mask on day 3, so I'm gonna have to spend the intervening days somehow. And remember, I still have a minigame left, the Honey and Darling minigame, that I need to complete on all 3 days to get a heart piece. So I'll mostly be spending my time that way, but I also have a couple of other things to do in East Clocktown while I'm here. The first of which is to get the Circus Leader's mask here in the milk bar. This whole process of playing the 4 songs as the 4 forms, including my cow form of course, it just takes a while no matter what, but there is a little bit of strategy to it. I'll do Zora next, because Zora is over on the right, and that will leave Deku and Goron back to back, which makes sense since their spotlights are right next to each other. No, I don't need to play a song as Don Giro, not this time. Alright, that'll be enough for the Circus Leader's mask, which is completely useless. In speedruns anyway. Next up is the Day 1 Honey and Darling minigame, though Honey and Darling is closed at this hour of the night, so to get in, I'm going to have to get out of bounds behind the door. Conveniently, even though I have no bombs or bomb chews because I just played Song of Time, I just got the blast mask, so I can use that to recoil over the wall and behind the door. And I'm just going to pause buffer this to make sure I get it right. It is frame perfect. The Day 1 version of this minigame uses bomb chews, and it's kind of tough, but there are a couple of tricks that I can do. So right at the beginning, I'll launch 2 bomb chews from roughly my starting position, hopefully hitting 2 of those targets, and do a nice little recoil off of that one. So that takes care of 3 of them. And then I missed 1, and yeah, you can see the rest of this is basically just aiming. Alright, not too bad. I'll just have to go back for this one. Oh, not that one, this one. Yeah, I was waiting there for a little bit because I didn't want the corner of the platform to affect the bomb chew's pathing. Makes it pretty erratic. But obviously, despite all the mistakes, that was perfect. Well done, me. Now you can't play Song of Double Time in here, but you can play Sun Song, and that's going to screw up the minigame just a little bit, kind of like how Deku Playground was. So without reloading the area, I'm making it Day 2, and in fact I'm making it Night 2 since I want to get to Day 3 eventually. And I'm just going to start the minigame as soon as I've played Sun Song here. The Day 2 minigame is supposed to be throwing bombs into baskets, and because I'm starting on Day 2, they will give me bombs, but the baskets won't be there. I'm still going to have the targets from the Day 1 minigame instead. So it's a little weird looking. I feel like it's a little bit harder as well, but it's basically the same idea. Okay, that's Day 2 down. Now I'm going to play Sun Song to get to the morning of Day 3. And same as last time, I'm going to start the minigame right after playing Sun Song, so it's still Day 2, and I'll still get bombs on my B button, and I'll still have the targets on the walls. So this version will be exactly the same as the previous version, but since I'm going to finish the minigame on Day 3, it'll count for Day 3, and it will count for the heart piece. For reference, the Day 3 minigame is normally shooting arrows at targets on the wall, and there are also normally twice as many targets as this if you enter as human. Hey, that one actually was pretty good. The first 2 days weren't great, but I didn't miss any shots on this one. There we go. I've achieved my goal of getting the heart piece and making it Day 3. To get the all-night mask, I'll need to make it Night 3, but that's okay. I have another use of Sun Song coming up here in the chest minigame. This one is for an even more minor benefit. The minigame itself is going to be completely normal. The only thing that playing Sun Song will do is cancel the text that normally comes after the minigame. So doing this minigame as Goron yields a heart piece, and the idea is just that there's a maze popping up on this checkerboard floor pattern, and I need to navigate the maze to get to the chest. It can be a pain, because this is completely randomized, but I do have a few tricks up my sleeve to clip through blocks if I need to. Oh yeah! I remember this now. That was basically the luckiest chest minigame possible. Well, I won't get to show off the clips. Anyway, there's normally some text here inviting you to play the minigame again, which of course I don't want to do, but the text wasn't there anyway because of Sun Song. Now the final thing to take care of in East Clocktown, for this cycle anyway, is the town shooting gallery. I'll need to play this minigame twice. The first time I just need to get 40 points or more to get the quiver upgrade, and then the second time I'll need to get the full 50 points for the piece of heart. Thankfully, unlike, say, the torch minigame in Great Bay, I don't just have to wait out the timer once I'm done getting my 40 points in this minigame. I'm hitting some blue Octoroks on purpose, just to run the timer down. Ideally, the timer will run out as soon as I've reached 40 points. These upcoming 2 rounds are where it gets tricky. Gotta be careful with my aim. And now on the last round, I can just get 2 more points and shoot that final blue Octorok to finish the timer off. So there's my final quiver upgrade. Remember, I got the middle upgrade from SRM right before Inverted Stone Tower Temple. Normally you'd get one of the 2 quiver upgrades from this shooting gallery and the other quiver upgrade from the other shooting gallery, but the other shooting gallery takes much, much longer, so I'm playing this one twice, but I'll only need to play the other one once for the heart piece. Oh yeah, I should mention there's a version difference in this minigame too. On the Japanese version, this minigame starts with 1 minute on the timer, as opposed to 1 minute 15 that I just started with, and then all the rounds are scaled to be shorter to fit that, so it's a little bit harder. Now right at the end of the minigame, there's a trick that I could go for if I liked risking multiple minutes right at the end of the run. It's a trick called Perfect Skip. Oh, looks like I actually thought about going for it. A trick called Perfect Skip. So there's this extra time at the end, and then this perfect message comes up and hangs out for a little while. But if you hit 1 blue Octorok and then hit the final red Octorok at the last second, then that perfect text doesn't come up and it skips straight to the reward. The risk, of course, is that you lose the minigame by missing that last shot, and that would cost, I think, about 2 minutes. It's one of those tricks that isn't really that hard to do, but it costs so much to fail it that it doesn't seem worth it. But moving on, I just have one last thing to do this cycle. It's a bit shorter than last cycle. It'll basically be the reverse of all of my other Curiosity Shop trips so far. Gonna take money out of the bank, bring it to the Curiosity Shop, and buy something. What a concept. I need to take out exactly the right number of rupees, otherwise the banker won't let me. And then the Curiosity Shop only opens at 10, and because I had such a fast chest minigame, it's not 10 yet, so I just need to play Sun Song. And this time I don't need to wait to open the door, I can just open it as soon as it's 10 o'clock. This is to buy the all-night mask like I was saying before, and I'll do something a little strange here, and just pause for a moment. It might have been hard to tell because that pause was so short, but I actually had to wait for my rupee counter to say 500 before I could buy this mask for 500 rupees. And the rupee counter started increasing faster when I was on the pause menu because the frame rate is higher. Again, 30 FPS on the menu versus 20 FPS outside of it. But that's it for Cycle 3, my last song of time of the run. And by the way, if it feels like maybe I could have squeezed all of that Cycle 3 stuff into Cycle 2 as well, the reason I didn't do that, or at least part of the reason I didn't do that, is that you can't get the all-night mask and the couple's mask in the same cycle. Basically, if Sakon gets caught on day 1, then he doesn't have any bomb bags to bring to the Curiosity Shop, so Cafe doesn't see him there from Cafe's hideout, and then doesn't know to follow Sakon to his hideout on day 3. It's rare that a story-based explanation with that many steps is relevant to a speedrun, but there it is. Anyway, Cycle 4, the final cycle. And to start off this cycle, I need to get the room key, which I can only get between 1:50 PM and 4:10 PM, so I'm using Sun Song once again, and I'm just going to time putting on the bunny hood here to hit this load zone within that range. It's not too precise. Now it's probably not immediately obvious why I need to get the room key at all. Hello, postman. I'm not going to use it, and it's only a temporary item, it's not a required item. But there you go, that Bomber's Notebook text that I just got is what I actually needed. Now I have Anju's happiness seal. And having just gotten the all-night mask at the end of last cycle, I can now use it to get the 2 heart pieces from Grandma. I'll start with the long story to get to day 2. Oh geez, I didn't know there would be a quiz. I don't know. Phew. So you can probably see, well, there wasn't really a chance, but that story brought me to 8 AM. And this short story is going to last for 2 hours and bring me to 10 AM, which is perfect for heading to the mayor's residence after this, which opens at 10 AM, for the couple's mask heart piece. So now, because it's after 10 AM, I can just enter the mayor's residence normally. If I'd needed to, I could have hovered over the door and entered from out of bounds like I did for the Honey and Darling minigame, but there's no need in this route. Hey, that's a good looking mask screen. Just one little hole in the bottom right. Okay, that's Clocktown completely cleared. Goodbye, Clocktown. Up next is my final Akana trip. All I have left there is clearing the secret shrine. This Akana trip for Secret Shrine always ends up feeling a little disconnected from everything else. It's on its own trip because it's pretty far out of the way, and it always makes sense to leave the Secret Shrine by soaring rather than swimming out. And I couldn't really have combined this with any of my other Akana trips anyway, because I didn't have 16 hearts yet, and as I think I mentioned earlier, I need 16 hearts to enter Gyromaster's room. But there is a reason for doing this trip right at this point in the route, and the reason is in a pot on my right. A convenient, guaranteed arrow drop. I needed to shoot that sun switch, of course, but I'll also need arrows for what I'm doing after Secret Shrine, and there won't be a convenient arrow drop there. Song of Time zeroing out ammo counts does affect the route. So I'll be hopping around Secret Shrine with my trusty bunny hood, other than that first jump. And for anyone unfamiliar with Secret Shrine, it is pretty easy to miss this in a casual playthrough. I'll just be refighting a mini-boss from each dungeon to get a heart piece. Taking some intentional damage there so I can kill Gyromaster. Well, I would do it during the iframes, but it hop. And then while I'm waiting for the door to open, I could grab that guaranteed Deku Nut drop. In this run I did accidentally get Deku Nuts, I think in Woodfall Temple, but believe it or not, it is easy to get this far in the run without getting Deku Nuts at all, and of course they are required for 100%. Now there's a bit of an awkward jump here. Yeah, I skipped grabbing the ledge. I'm going through the dungeons in reverse order right now, so I just fought Gyromaster from Stone Tower Temple, and now I'll fight Wart from Great Bay. The fundamental strategy here is going to be exactly the same as when I fought Wart earlier. I'm going to get Great Fairy Sword ISG, hit Wart twice, and then hopefully do a quick spin right away to finish the fight quickly. The only difference is that unlike in Great Bay Temple, there aren't any pots in the corners that I can get ISG off of, there are just those bushes that Link can't pick up. This is the Bremen Mask's time to shine. If only I could actually lead Wart around the room. It has no effect on Wart, unfortunately, but you can interrupt a crouch stab with the Bremen Mask March, just like you can by picking something up or reading a sign, so that gave me ISG. Yeah, for some reason, my sword hitbox didn't hit the eye there, even though they clearly intersected. I don't understand how that works, but no big deal, I can just get ISG again. And... well, second try quick kill. Wart can be such a pain. Oh, and I should explain, the reason that I had to get ISG again there, or rather the reason that I lost ISG, is that after I made the bold assumption that the sword hitbox hitting Wart's eye would count, I did a slash, trying to do a quick spin to end the fight, and doing any normal sword attack like that gets rid of ISG. Next up is the Ice Wizrobe from Snowhead Temple. And this fight will be a little bit different from other Wizrobe fights I've done, in that I won't be going for the quick kill that ends the fight before the second phase cutscene starts. The quick kill would basically work the same, except that in this case the game can get stuck, not technically soft-locked because I could Song of Time or soar out, but stuck nonetheless. The Wizrobe would never die, and the chest would never spawn, and the door would never open. So if it spawned on one of the lower platforms just now, which it didn't, but of course I had no way to know that, but if it had spawned, say, on the platform that's right next to me, then killing it before that cutscene on the upper platform wouldn't have worked, because when it dies, the Wizrobe bounces up into the air, and only counts as dead when it lands at its spawn elevation. And its spawn elevation at that point would already have been treated as the ground spawn's elevation, so it would have been stopped by the platform and would never have reached that elevation. Boiling that down, depending on what happens in Phase 1, there's either a 1/3 or 2/3 chance of getting stuck if you go for that quick kill. Not worth it. But hey, these guys look tough. Oh, never mind. Oh, I haven't gotten a chance to say this. These chests that are spawning after each fight, they just contain a silver rupee, and I don't need any rupees at this point. That will be all for Secret Shrine. Just need to grab my heart piece now. That's Ikana cleared. And the only place that I haven't cleared at this point is the swamp. And you may be able to guess why that's saved for last, but we'll get there soon. All I have left to get here are 4 heart pieces. There are 2 at the Swamp Tourist Center, one on the roof and one from the pictograph contest, and there are 2 on the path to the swamp, which is where I'm headed now. Oh yeah, and I'm gonna break this grass for a Deku stick. That's just like the Deku nut earlier. I'm doing that just to make sure that I get one from source, even though I'm pretty sure I got one in Woodfall Temple or around there somewhere. Here's a cool way to kill a Deku Baba. I'll roll into it with spikes and then shoot it with a light arrow. Does feel a bit like overkill, but killing a Baba with a light arrow gives you a purple rupee, and I needed some rupees to play this minigame. This is the Swamp Shooting Gallery, where normally I'd need to play the minigame twice, first for a quiver upgrade and then for a heart piece, but since I already have the highest quiver upgrade, I just need to do it the once. So I'll just need to shoot everything here, and ideally I'll do it fast enough that I end with around 50 seconds left on the minigame timer. Alright, 50-66 isn't bad. Now unfortunately, even though I didn't have to run out the entire minigame timer during the minigame, I do have to do it now. The timer has to count all the way down to 0 for the minigame to end. If it weren't for this, it might not have been worth SRMing that quiver earlier, but doing this minigame a second time would have been something like 30 seconds slower than the SRM was. Yep. Still counting down. Alright. And fun fact, by the way, on the Japanese version of the game, you can Goron roll over this low fence very easily, and just get out to where the minigame takes place and get stuck. That's patched on the English version, so you're probably not supposed to do that. But I got some convenient guaranteed rupees there, because I still do need to buy 2 Tingle maps, I forgot to mention that before. And my other heart piece in this area is up this tree, so here's where I can finally show off overlapping climbing with a cutscene. I'm gonna stand right next to these vines, shoot down Tingle's balloon, and start climbing the vines during the cutscene. And presto, I'm at the top of the tree. So now I can go buy the last 2 overworld maps, the Woodfall and Snowhead maps, and I'll also take a picture of Tingle for the pictograph contest. Now for pictograph contest purposes, the only part of Tingle that you really need in the picture for it to count is the tip of his hat. So I'll take a picture that probably won't get me hired for any weddings, but it should count for a heart piece. Here's something I've always found really funny about this category. Hey, I'm at the Southern Swamp. I've been in this area so many times already this run, but I've just never entered from this entrance, so I had never triggered this cutscene before. In a casual playthrough, you'd probably trigger that cutscene right at the beginning of second cycle. And I could have skipped the cutscene altogether just by soaring back here, but that would have been a little bit slower. It's time for my final non-moon heart piece, and I'll continue my trend of not interacting with business scrubs by popping up here with a Goron pound. Now, as you may have guessed, the reason that a swamp trip was left for last is that I'm now very near the Woods of Mystery, and Grandma's Stories put me on day 2, which is perfect for SRM wrong warps. This time though, I do have to do some really awkward movement to get to the Woods of Mystery, which I'm doing a little more awkwardly than usual, but I think I've got it now. For the wrong warp setup, I need Kotake not to be in the woods, so I had to roll through the potion shop area without ever loading the potion shop and triggering Kotake or the cutscene. The last time I did something similar, I didn't want to trigger the cutscene, but I did want to trigger Kotake, so I still loaded the potion shop, but this time I just had to keep it off camera the entire time I had the area loaded. Fun little detail here, having the hookshot out is actually part of the heap setup, but I want to put the hookshot away now, so I'm going to automatically put it away by equipping over it. But otherwise, this is, pretty much the same stuff as the other wrong warps we've seen. Though I will be fighting the clock a little bit here. Ideally, I can get this wrong warp off before 6 p.m. hits, so I don't have to watch the little night transition. It's not a big deal if it does happen, but, I try to go fast. Alright, looks like I will be beating the clock. And where is this wrong warp taking me? Well, there's only one place left to go, the moon. Getting to the moon the old-fashioned way, with Oath to Order, involves a 5.5-ish minute-long cutscene, and wrong warping does not. As I've said, I do like the cutscenes in this game, but boy is it nice to skip them in speedruns. So, now all I've got left to do are the 4 trials, so I can get the 4 heart pieces and Fierce Deity Mask, and then Majora. I'll do the trials in a specific order that optimizes equips, but other than that it doesn't really matter what order they're in. Normally, getting through the goat trial is much easier if you line up with the wall before you start rolling, but that's only if you're going to bounce off the chests, which I'm not. Well, not yet anyway. Instead, I can take a little shortcut using a Zora long jump with the blast mask. Now I'll try to line up as best I can for the rebound off this chest. And if you watch my input display, you can see I'm not touching the control stick here. That's how you get that easy 90-degree rebound off the chest every time, and I really wish I had known that for my casual playthroughs as a kid. But now I just need to make it to the end, and the fastest way to do that will be to take this shortcut across the middle. I'll just have to be careful not to hit the warp thing. Doing. One down, 3 to go. Next up is the Twin Mold trial. This trial has some combat and some puzzles, neither of which will pose any problem, though I will be solving the puzzles, if solving is even the right word, in some unintended ways. In any case, I'll start off with an enemy that I've been training for 4 hours to learn to defeat, the Single Dinolphos. Next up is a Garo Master, and if I stand here and jump slash at just the right time, then I can hit it through its blades. Then I can just take some damage to get invincibility, and finish the fight. Ooh, quick shot. Finally, I've got the Iron Knuckle, which I can kill in just the same way that I killed the second one in the graveyard, dodging that vertical slash. Now this room has a puzzle in it. The door is open, but there's no ladder for me to climb up to the door. However, there is this chest of bomb chews hinting at what I might do. That's right, get ISG off the chest, and then hover up using the bomb chews. Why else would there be a bomb chew chest here? To hit the bombable wall? You kidding? There's also a puzzle in the next room, but I can solve that puzzle in this room by playing Song of Storms at this Gossip Stone to release a big fairy. How does this solve the puzzle, you might ask? It's just a matter of shared flags. For whatever reason, the flag that gets set when you hit the eye switch in this room and unlock this door is also set by releasing a big fairy from that Gossip Stone. Who knows why? In fact, I could have done the same thing for the previous puzzle using the gossip stone in the room before that. But that would just have given me the ladder, it wouldn't have opened the door, so I still would have needed to kill the iron knuckle, and that makes the hover turn out to be faster. Halfway through the trials now. Next will be Georg's trial. Unfortunately, in this trial, there's a strat that I won't be going for, because no one's figured out how to make it consistent yet. Because I got a bomb drop from that iron knuckle, I could use a bomb to do a recoil flip as Zora into the water and super swim through this tunnel. And that would be a little bit faster than just swimming, I'm talking like 2 seconds or so. The problem is that it's really hard to maintain a super swim across a water boundary that's right at the beginning of this tunnel. It is possible, I have done it, but I don't know how to make it consistent. Now you're probably not supposed to be able to swim backwards through these tunnels, but you can if you just swim in the corner. This is convenient because the heart piece and the moonchild are right next door to each other, so it would have been a lot slower to take the exit and then redo the whole maze. And I'm on to the last trial. Just got a Dolwa left. Now, unfortunately, this trial can also be sped up with a strat that I won't be going for. In this case, though, it's just because I don't have enough bomb chews to do it on this route. I could have used a bomb chew to do a long jump to one of these first platforms to get to the heart piece a little sooner. But the way the cycles work out, it only makes sense to do that if you also have enough bomb chews to hover from the heart piece to the door at the end, and this route does not. So I'm doing this mostly the old-fashioned way, though there is a little bit of a trick coming up. So right around now, because it's off camera, that whole spinning assembly with the flowers on it has unloaded. And because of that, it's not currently spinning, the cycle has paused. So I just did some movement to keep it off camera a little bit longer, and now I can make it to the yellow flower without waiting a cycle. That's it for my trials. I've got 20 hearts, I've got really everything except for one mask. Well, it looks like I'm missing a lot of masks, but of course you get those back if you load the file again after defeating Majora. Wow, for the first time in this entire run I'm running low on magic. What a concept. And that's it, there's 100%. Just need to fight Majora now. I think the community consensus is that 100% does require beating Majora, as opposed to credits warping. The rules don't actually say that, but I'm pretty sure that's the case. And it's a moot point anyway. Coming from getting Fierce Deity Mask, it's faster to beat Majora than to do a credits warp. The fight with Majora can be pretty tough if you don't have the Fierce Deity Mask, but I do have the Fierce Deity Mask, so that was cycle 1 already. If all goes well, this should continue to be more cutscene than gameplay. Incarnation actually can be kinda tough. It'll run around erratically, and I just need to wait for it to calm down a bit so I can knock it down. There we go. Now I can just spam attacks. Finally, for Wrath, the old jump slash animation cancels will make one last appearance. I can kill it with 5 jump slashes, and if I do the animation cancels, then I can get them off fast enough to get a stun lock. There you have it, Majora's Mask 100% in just under 4 hours and 20 minutes. Now all that's left is to watch the credits, which won't be missing any scenes since I got all the masks. But at the beginning of the run, I mentioned that the name of this category is 100% Restricted Major Glitches. And before I go, I do want to talk a little bit more about that since we've just watched the entire run for context. So more on that in just a minute. Okay, let's get to it. This game has 3 100% rule sets. Restricted Major Glitches, which is this one, and I'll talk about what's restricted in Restricted Major Glitches in just a minute. But the other 2 are No Major Glitches and Glitchless. Glitchless is exactly what you'd expect. And No Major Glitches bans the exact same things that Restricted Major Glitches bans, plus SRM. When a powerful glitch like SRM is discovered and changes a speedrun a lot, it can be polarizing, and some people preferred to continue to do runs without it. So that led to the creation of 100% No Major Glitches. It's an absurd name, in my opinion, because No Major Glitches still allows and includes all of the glitches I did in this run except SRM, plus another glitch that's only useful without SRM. But regardless, it's a cool category, and I've still never met a way to 100% this game that I didn't enjoy. That said, I personally prefer this category, Restricted Major Glitches. I think SRM is really cool. I think it affects the route in very interesting ways, and I like that it makes obscure things like getting the rock sirloin via keg bottle adventure relevant to a speedrun. I really like that what so many of the wrong warps skip is long cutscenes. I can see how someone who was very familiar with speedruns of this game before SRM was discovered might not love it, and I do think that SRM is sometimes less interesting in categories other than 100%. But there's no two ways about it, I think this category is great. So, what's restricted in Restricted Major Glitches? What wasn't I allowed to do in this run? Now that you've seen what I did do in this run, you'll have enough context to understand. The rules for this category ban 4 very powerful things. The first is arbitrary code execution, or ACE, with which it's possible to literally reprogram the game on the fly using only normal controller inputs. Seedborn made a very entertaining TAS, or tool-assisted speedrun, back in 2020 to showcase what 100% with ACE could look like, and I'll link it in the description in case you want to take a look, but the run length being only 36 minutes pretty much gets the point across. Being able to rewrite the game calls into question what it even means to have source requirement, and Seedborn discusses that during the task. The second ban technique, or techniques really, are more powerful forms of SRM that have ACE-like effects. Where in this run SRM was used exclusively for wrong warps and items, more powerful forms of SRM could be used to get all the stray fairies and Skulltula tokens, get Don Giro's heart piece without meeting all the frogs, set the flag for the Dampe bottle chest to be spawned without doing the minigame or killing the big Poe, and much more. The third and fourth bans are on the use of the game's built-in debug menu and a glitch called text overflow, which can be used to open the debug menu, which in turn can be used to manually edit Link's inventory, quest status, item counts, etc. The debug menu is presumably not intended to be available to players at all. The 2 known ways to open the debug menu are text overflow and ACE, and text overflow isn't known to be useful for anything else, so these bans are a little redundant, but I think the idea was to future-proof the ban on the debug menu. Now at first glance, it might seem obvious why all of these things are banned, but while this category is great as is, I still think it's unfortunate that there isn't an unrestricted 100% category. Debug menu and text overflow were banned because they made playing on Wii U VC optimal at the time, and enough runners at the time hated playing on Wii U VC that community consensus was to soft ban the console by banning the glitches that made it relevant. There was a bit more discussion and drama, but that's the gist of it. The 100% route with debug menu had some interesting features though, like getting thousands of rupees from the debug menu to make the bank cart piece much faster, and getting great fairy rewards before even entering dungeons by getting stray fairies from the debug menu. It did also involve playing Song of Soaring 60 odd times in a row, so there's that. But the debug menu can't be used on Wii VC, the version that I was playing on this run, because the D-pad isn't mapped on this version, and the D-pad is the only way to navigate the debug menu. Though, maybe it's possible to use Ace to map the D-pad? I don't know, but that would be funny. But Ace can definitely be used to bring up the debug menu on N64, where the D-pad is mapped, so it's possible that a modern 100% run that allowed Ace and the debug menu would be done on N64. It's really hard to say what a run with Ace and more powerful SRM would even look like. Seedborn's 36-minute TAS shows an extreme, but that TAS involves multiple controllers worth of inputs being used all the time, which is something that a human speedrunner couldn't even come close to doing. I suspect that in a run done by a human, Ace setups would probably look a lot like the SRM setups that I did this run, which might provide a balance where Ace is only used for the things that are worth doing setups for, rather than for everything like in the TAS. But I don't know. The community did investigate uses of more powerful forms of SRM years ago, but then settled on this rule set. And while it's fun to think about what unrestricted 100% would be like, the amount of effort that goes into glitch hunting, strat development, and routing is already pretty hefty, and would only get heftier without restrictions. So it's understandable not to put that effort into a category that it's possible no one would even be interested in running. But if it ever does happen, I'd be interested to see it at the very least. On that note, I'd like to end now by thanking the Majora's Mask speedrunning community at large for all of the effort that's been put into developing 100% over the years, as well as into documentation and practice tools. A video like this one could not exist without a community of passionate runners and glitch hunters. But that's it for me today. Enjoy some credits, and if you have any questions, always feel free to ask them in the comments. See ya!